and welcome to the first day of the virtual summit. You guys are here early, so give yourself a pat on the back first. Okay, so you guys are here very, very early. Of course, we are speaking to a global audience here, so there are different time zones all around the world. But I'm super, super excited for you to hear from all the global speakers today. Just to introduce myself, my name is Ray. I will be your host for day 1 and day 2. So before I bring up next speaker, the first speaker, all of you, please go and get your notebooks or your iPads or whatever you use to write your notes, because today is a power-packed session. And this is not just a one-way conversation, okay? I can see that there are already people, lovely people actually just streaming in the comments. Keep them coming in order to make this learning extremely, I would say, effective for you. Just put in the comment section below what you have learned for every speaker. Continue putting comments. If you have any questions, feel free to also comment away, because after every speaker, I'll be actually choosing a couple of questions that will be answered personally by the expert. Okay, so if you want your question to be asked, then make sure that you comment it, because otherwise you wouldn't know that you have asked that question, obviously. Okay, so I know all of you are excited. Bring your coffees, bring your water, because after I finish speaking, your butt won't leave the seat. So to start day 1 off, I would like to invite the founder and the CEO of Spendless Academy, Leza, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Just double checking, everybody should be able to see me well. Thank you for making time to be present and spending your weekend with Spendless Academy for this virtual summit 2020. We are so pleased to kick off this summit that features more than 20 experts from 10 countries. Just let me double check a little bit. Yes. Thank you, great. Yeah, sorry, let's start this over again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for making time to be present and spending your weekend with Spendless Academy for this virtual summit 2020. We're so pleased to kick off this summit that features more than 20 experts from 10 countries. My name is Leza, and I'm the founder of Spendless Academy. Spendless Academy is an educational platform that connects global experts sharing their real experiences and knowledge to avid learners such as yourself from anywhere in the world. As an entrepreneur, I personally owe my success largely to the many professionals that I've had the opportunity to meet during my journey. More often, with our open mind, we are able to learn the most from the random conversation of people we randomly meet. Although books and formal institutions can teach us a great deal, there is immense value from learning through the experiences of someone else. Now, Spendless Academy is not just about learning business knowledge, but also tapping onto the experiences of the expert as he or she shares through digital storytelling and acquiring that wisdom from those genuine stories. Spendless Academy advocate to only live webinars for all our programs because I personally believe in the power of developing virtual friendships. It's through sitting in with an expert during these webinars that will develop trust in bond. And with trust, you can learn so much more from the experts by engaging them for coaching through coaching calls or attending their other workshops on our platform. And since it's live, you get to ask them any questions on the spot to clarify any doubts you may have, making it more effective to learn. Now, knowledge is power. Coming from a background of a stay-home mother with no bachelor degree, it was knowledge that took me places. With today's summit in mind, we've put together some of the best experts from 10 countries so you can benefit the most of learning from their experiences and insights in real time. They'll be covering many trending business topics in short, engaging sessions. You should leave them questions to be addressed so they can share more of what they know. I extend my gratitude to you for being here and being part of my journey as we launch our first virtual summit, reaching out to more than 600 people this weekend who've registered. I appreciate the speakers who made time to contribute what they know so all of us here can learn from their experiences and wisdom. With this mentioned, I officially kick off Virtual Summit 2020 by Spendless Academy. Thank you for choosing Spendless Academy to be part of your learning journey, and be excited for the new world has just begun. This is the future world of digital learning. So have fun today.
Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, what a great way to start day one. And I saw in the comment section below there was a little bit of a tech issue. Sorry about that. I realized that my face wasn't seen when I was speaking. So anybody who has just streamed in, you have just heard Leza, which is the founder and CEO of Spendless Academy. I think that was a brilliant speech. Just to check in with all of you before our next speaker. Once again, my name is Ray and I'm excited to be your MC today. So be sure to comment away any questions that you have on mind. You guys have the agenda on hand. Definitely send your emails and all that. So make sure that you leave comments below so that we know exactly what questions you want to ask. And be sure to also have an iPad or a notebook on hand so that you can write all the questions right down first, and also any of the notes that you have from the experts. Okay, so meanwhile, feel free to go into the comment section below. I'm going to check in with the next speaker and I'll be right back really soon. So any of the questions that you have, write it down first. Okay, just give us like 1 minute and we'll be back with the next speaker. Okay, awesome. So we have our next speaker ready, our first speaker ready. So I hope that you have not gone off yet. I hope that you haven't just went away to have breakfast or anything, or I hope you have had breakfast already. So once again, be sure to comment away any of the questions that you have. while the speaker is actually speaking, because towards the end, if we have time, we will be choosing a couple of questions for Q&A. Okay, and be sure to write down any notes and even share them with your friends. If you know anybody right now that will be interested in being here at the Virtual Summit 2020, be sure to send them this link as well. Okay, so to introduce our first speaker of today we have Ron Lau. He's the founder and CEO of Momentum Mind Lab, a design thinking organization that uses human-centered design principles to grow startups and young businesses, as well as working with high-performing individuals to further create exponential mindset to achieve exponential results in their business. So today he will be sharing about how we can create an exponential mindset, which is extremely relevant in this time. So without further ado, I would invite Ron.
Good morning. How are we all? Can everyone hear me fine? I hope you can. Please, I don't know how to check that, but yeah. So thank you very much, Ray, for the introduction, and thank you for all of you guys that have tuned in to be part of the summit. And also thank you to Leza for putting this great event together. I'm very honored and grateful to be part of this, and sort of get in touch with you guys and sort of possibly adding value. I think one of the things that I want to do today is share about creating an exponential mindset and what it does. And some of the things that we're going to be touching on today. Firstly, what is exponential mindset? What does it take to create an exponential mindset? What are the benefits of an exponential mindset? And also, before we finish off, I'm going to give you 5-step framework that you can use to start creating your own journey towards creating an exponential growth mindset for yourself and achieve the dreams that you want. As Liz Ray said to me that I'm Ron Lau, the founder and CEO of Momentum Mind Lab. Sorry, I'm just trying to read here if everything is all fine. Just making sure that everyone can hear me. And this is what happens if you're the first one off the rank going through. There'll be slight technical difficulties, so just wanting to know that everything's good. So it looks like everything's good, so let's get back into it. Brilliant. Okay, yeah, so my name is Ron Lau. I'm the founder and CEO of Momentum Mind Lab, based here in the beautiful Auckland, New Zealand. I would say one of the safest place to be right now, given the current climate we're living in. Momentum Mind Lab, it's a design thinking organization where we help people, small businesses, medium businesses, and some larger corporate organizations as well, to create structures and strategies and help them connect to the customers. And all of this is done through a customer-centered approach. One of the aspects of Momentum Mind Lab also is that we work with high-performing individuals to help them create exponential growth mindset to achieve phenomenal results for them in whatever area they choose to do so. Mostly in business, but they can choose to do in other areas as well. We work, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. The other thing, what we're going to share is, before I get into, I want to sort of share with you guys a little bit about my journey and how I got into this. and what are the things that sort of impacted my life that I've really tested it, and now that I'm teaching other people how to create exponential mindset. So how I got into this is about 10 years ago. I was running my own business, and it it was going okay. It wasn't struggling as such, but also at the same time, it wasn't sort of growing at the rate that I thought it should be, um, with the amount of work that I was putting into it. So what happened was, every time it would go, I would create a considerable effort into it. It will go up a little bit, then it will drop back down, and it will plateau, and it will go back down. So this seems to be happening more and more and more. And at the end, I felt like, okay, there has to be a better way of doing this. There has to be a smarter way of doing it, rather than just going through this roller coaster ride where you're putting in your time and energy um, into your business, but it just brings you back to ground zero at the same time. So it makes you set an amount of money, but the moment you sort of pause or stop, it just drags you back. And then I started, with this in mind, I started exploring other alternatives that are out there. More specifically, I wanted to look at alternative ways than what was offered out there, sort of not going for the mainstream, because I've tried all the mainstream. It worked a little bit and it dropped back down. So I was looking for something more permanent, more sort of different around it. And after spending thousands of hours and tens of thousands of dollars researching and finding access and trying things and all that, I found that the answer is not out there, but it needs to start from within. And that is what exponential growth mindset does. It's not about out there and looking for something there. It's sort of looking inwards. Okay, how can I self-evaluate? How can I look into my personal self and work from inside and out? So that's what I discovered, that it is from looking within is going the way to create sustainability in whichever areas you want. So so after finding that out, that it is that is from within, I started I tried a number of things putting together, and through that refinement, what I have to offer other people is my exponential growth mindset that helps other people achieve similar goals that I have achieved in my one, and I have kept it. And not only kept it, I've grown it at an exponential rate as well, which I will share with you later down the track as to what were the benefits of it that I have experienced. So that's a little bit of background about myself. I want to start off with, what is exponential growth? Exponential growth is, in its simplest form, is growth at a rate of 10x. Nowadays, we see that there's a lot of people that play the safe game. What I mean by that is, the safe game is incremental increases in whatever they're doing. So be 1%, 2%, or 1x or 2x growth. And the reason for that, through my research, what I found is not that people do not like success, people do not like money, or people do not like growth. The reason for that is people are driven by fear and a limiting mindset. And I can sit here and I can tell you, there's a secret formula that you can go out and then source from outside and apply it, and your life is set. But that is just not true. I think there is no secret formula. There's no one single thing that is out there that you can take and apply to your life that will create exponential growth for yourself. If that was the case, then you can walk to the bookshop and possibly get a Richard Branson book or Elon Musk book and become a billionaire. However, we sort of know that's not the case. Believe me, I have read a lot of books and it did not help me to the level of exponential growth. Yes, it does help a little bit, but not from an exponential level that we are hoping to go. So if it's not outside, then it has to be inside. So it all starts with deep inner work that creates a growth mindset. And I believe this wholeheartedly, that every individual has a unique God-given talent and skill that they can use. And it is my job to help you uncover that. The other thing, what exponential mindset does, it helps you open up. It helps you look at things in a whole new different way. It opens your eyes to opportunities that previously we might have been conditioned to not pay attention to. It gives you that discernibility to see things and act upon it in a way that becomes natural rather than being difficult. So think about exponential mindset, and this is what it does for you. So the next thing we want to talk about is, what does it take to create an exponential mindset? So we know what it is. So now let's see, okay, what does it take to create one? Mindset is the operative word here. Mindset is what sits behind real success. Success can be challenging because it's not linear. So what I mean by that is the very thing, think about it, the very thing that got you to where you are is precisely the same thing that is stopping you from going to the next level. So if we sort of try, and I'm going to sort of spend a little bit of time with it. So if we think about success, there's certain behaviors and certain learnings and certain actions we take that bring us there. However, if we keep taking the same actions and hoping for something bigger, it won't happen. And that's why the saying goes, right? So you can't solve a problem with the same thinking that created it. And it goes with the success as well. You can't gain higher success with the same success that led you to that point. We need to think outside of it. So I'm going to give, if you've got your book, pen and pad or notepad or anything to collect notes, now is a good time. So number one is how to create is modeling. So find someone that is in that path that you intend to go on and model them. Find someone that is living the life that you want to live. The life that you want to create for yourself in all aspects. And just take intentional awareness around what they're doing and try to emulate that, try to copy that, the best practices around it, start modeling things around what these people are doing. Number two is total immersion. So immerse yourself in the area, like in the field that you want to create exponential results for yourself. Once you identify that, so the other thing I would say you need to do is you be willing to go 100%. Play full out, go for it, and really take the leap and then say, okay, this is what I want to do. Build in commitment around it. So we've got modeling, we've got total immersion. The third one we're gonna look into is called space repetition. Spaced repetition is, and this is very important, because sometimes we look at goals and it might seem like that's a huge goal and that can be scary, it can be disheartening. How do I reach that? So spaced repetition is what I do with my clients, that I teach them in a detailed way. Is how do you break it down into tiny fragments that you can do it in very quickly, and then repeat it. So how it works is, if you watch something, you can watch the videos again, and then break it down into smaller things and say, okay, if I want to do this, how can I do this much and do it well? Then I do this much, then I do this much, and before you know it, you've built a wall. So laying the brick, one brick at a time, to build a wall. The other thing I would say is around creating an exponential mindset is be acutely aware of the world around it and how we think about the world. Because how we think about the world, it translates into how we speak and see our world around us. And whatever we speak and see around us, that intent creates our actions that we go ahead and take. And as we all know, our actions has a subsequent results that we create for ourselves. So think about it: how we think, how we speak, how we see, and there's the actions and results that we get. So I will urge you guys to start thinking of it differently. Then that becomes habitual in whatever you do. So I hope that sort of would get you started anyway in creating the exponential mindset. The next thing we're going to look into is, what are the benefits of an exponential mindset? So once you're committed to having or working towards an exponential mindset, the very first thing you will see that everything that you're going to sort of witness, you're going to see, and you're going to work towards, you're going to start looking at it from a different lens. And that's very important. Rather than having the mindset of money is hard to come, business is a struggle, you got to always work hard to make money, creating an exponential mindset, that mind paradigm shift that you need to do as a business owner or as a person, is understanding that struggling and fighting your way through is not a natural way of living. It's not a natural way of doing. So at some point we have been conditioned to think a certain way that makes us automatically think of that way. And then sort of going back to my last point is, what you think, how we see the world, and how we speak of the world, then the actions will come. So if you think about it, if you're always thinking about that money is hard to come by, it's a struggle to grow a business or start a business, then if that is what's on your mind, that's the action you're going to create, and that's the results you're going to get. So it's always going to be a struggle. The other benefits is you're going to start seeing opportunities in everything, and you're going to start seeing it with complete clarity, because the way I say clarity is because you're well aware of what you want. So the moment you see an opportunity and it's in alignment with what you want, this is where the benefits come through, that you see it. And then you start to have better relationships with those close to you. So it's not just all financially benefit, it's all about having a good relationship, good business relationships, good personal relationships, those close to you. Your business will start giving you the financial returns and the rewards that you seek. And that will happen by growing with ease and beneficial, that is in harmony with what you want. And that in itself happened to me. I'm a living proof of it. So I'll tell you a little bit about how it benefited my life. So about 10 years ago, so in the beginning, I shared my story about the struggle that I had with my business. So about 10 years ago, when I switched my mind into a different way of thinking, I went on from having a business that is struggling, that is going up and down, profit is unpredictable, and so on and so forth, having a large mortgage, large amount of debt on the business, and not being able to spend quality time with my family. This was my reality. And that changed from to now, where I have multiple businesses across the globe, across in different countries. I'm not saying I'm debt free, but it's manageable. I have rather than money controlling me, it's the other way around. I control the money, and I attract the money to me. And it's not overwhelming. I have been able to diversify not only my business, but my property portfolio as well. And I'm spending really good quality time with my family without having to worry about finance. So if I want to go somewhere, last year I took some time off. I took 6 months off, and we went traveling, and I was in Singapore, Indonesia, and Japan, and so on and so forth, whilst my business was running in the background. So this is the beauty of what it does. It just helps you think clearly. It attracts the right people to me, such as Leza. There's one of the examples. I did not know, and we just crossed path in Singapore. We met, and then we connected, and here we are today, doing amazing things together. So those are the benefits of creating an exponential mindset. What I'm going to do now is, again, I would highly urge you to grab your pen and paper and start writing this down. This is the 5-step framework that you guys can use straight away to kickstart your journey towards helping you to start creating an exponential growth mindset for yourself. So number 1 is assess your current mindset, where you are. Because you need to understand where you are right now. Then only you can sort of move forward. You need a starting point. You need to create a complete understanding of, this is what I am, this is what I'm thinking. These are my roadblocks, and these are the realities that I've been thinking. Okay, what are those? Write those down. And one of the things that I would urge you to understand this really clearly is that you can't be in abundance and scarcity at the same time. You must choose one. If you choose to live an abundance life, choose that. And if you otherwise, the flip side is scarcity. That is struggle, pain. Money is hard to come by. Number 1. Number 2 is vision. Picture yourself. Go up 3 years from where you are right now. Once you've done number 1, picture yourself 3 years from now. Create like a vivid scene for yourself, and see where you are. Who are the people around me? Get as creative as possible around this. What sort of lifestyle are you living? Well, how much money are you earning? What sort of differences are you making in the world? Start sort of thinking about all of these, visualizing all of these things. Create a vision for yourself, the best vision you can see 3 years out from now. Think of that. Number 3, what you need to do is start journaling and start writing this down. So number 2, we said start visualizing it, capture that visualization, and write it down. Write down exactly, what are you doing? What are you feeling? What are the experiences that you are having? How much earning are you having? Like, where are you living? What are you doing? Who are you working with? Start journaling all of these down. So that's number 3. Then number 4, so all of these are interlinked. Number 4 is resources. So now that you've written down, you visualized and you've written down all of these things, now you start thinking about, okay, what resources do I need? What sort of upskilling do I need to do to achieve my 3-year-old self, to be where I thought I need to be, or where I have visualized myself to be in 3 years? Who do I need to bring with me in the journey? Who do I need to connect with around this? So that's number 4, resources. Start pulling resources together that aligns with your vision and your journaling, and sort of getting and really going for it. Lastly, number 5 is faith over fear. What I mean by that is you need to have a higher level of conviction that you need, and you need to have unrelenting faith around that you're going to achieve it. And whoever might be, like, if you're a spiritual person, if you believe in God, then that's for me, and that could be for you as well. Or I'm not here to tell anything, but start with believing that the faith is bigger than any fear that you might come across. The reason I say this, and I've helped a lot of my clients, that it's not about being fearless. It's about understanding that there is fear, but also at the same time knowing that your faith around the goals that you want to achieve, the financial goals you want to achieve, is much bigger than the fear that is holding you back. That is the only way you can sort of move towards creating an exponential growth for yourself. So once you've written this down, it takes a few tries. Give it a go. Start practicing this. There needs to be a level of intentionality around it. So intentionally pull your resources together. Start connecting with people that will take you towards that goal that you want to go. So those are the 5 tips that will help you get started with it. What I do have is I've got a really even further comprehensive workshop and a program with Spendless on this. So for those who are interested in this, any of you guys are sort of willing to grow your business, grow yourself to where right now you seem like it's impossible, come to my program. It's a very small investment. I've made it purposely. We've made it so accessible so we can reach out to as many people as possible. Apart from that, I have coaching calls that I'm going to set up. So if any of you guys are interested in having a deeper conversation, I can help you guys out with that as well. Really get you going with that to help you achieve that. In closing, what I want to do is invite all of you guys to please connect with me on LinkedIn, Ron Lal, so RONLAL, and to our Instagram page as well, Momentum Mind Lab. It's all one word. So yeah, connect with me, please. And I truly hope that this was value to all of you guys that listen. Even if you take one thing out of it, go and implement it in your life. Make it happen, and you'll see your life will start changing. Furthermore, there's this amazing lineup of all these other speakers that are going to come on board just after me. So please take care of yourself and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So if you guys like that, I need to remove this first. Okay, so pardon me, we're using this like new system today, and I feel like I'm the tech person and the MC at the same time. So once again, I want to thank Ron Lau so much. I think that 5 steps really helps me kickstart my journey of having an exponential mindset, and I think that is relevant to people of any age. You're never too young or old to start your business. You're never too young or old to start something new or to progress in your career, etc. So we're going to have the next speaker right now. But before that, I want to encourage all of you who just streamed in to continue going onto the comment section and posting any of your questions. If we do have time, we'll actually go through your questions at the end of the speaker's sharing. So continue to write in the comment sections any of the questions that you have. All right, and if you just came in, please just tell us where you're from as well. Say hi in the comment section below and which country you're streaming in from, because this is a global audience and it's always lovely to know which countries all of you guys are from. Okay, so come in and chat with us and tell us where you're from. Once again, I'm Ray and I'm excited to be your MC today for any of you new viewers who have just streamed in. All right, so we have our next speaker, which is Michael. Michael is a workplace culture expert with 20 years of experience and successful company turnarounds in Europe and Asia. During this time, Michael developed his high performance framework, which is now used in small and medium-sized enterprises to grow their business. He has personally experienced toxic cultures and winning cultures firsthand, which now drives him to help business owners to improve the companies into inspiring workplaces for all. So for any of you business owners out there, or you're just starting your own business, or you're running an SME right now, this is the sharing for you. Okay, so you're gonna take out all your notebooks and your pen and pencils and make sure you get those notes out. All right, awesome. So without further ado, I know that technically if you clap your hands, no one can see, but clap your virtual hands for Michael, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Ray, for that great introduction. And I also would like to thank Leza for setting up this great summit. The schedule is also great because Ron just shared very inspiring insights about how to be an effective person, how to plan your life ahead. And now I'm going to share a little bit more about how you can do similar things in your business. So I have some slides prepared to share with you, so you can also follow a little bit what I'm telling. Do share your comments or your questions, so we can discuss them later after my presentation. I'm not sure if my screen can be seen now. The presentation, Ray, can you see my presentation? I will just continue and then we'll see. So as Ray said, I'm a workplace culture expert. And I will first share a little bit of who I am, what is a winning culture, and why is a winning culture important for you and your business. Then I will speak to you about how you can start scheduling your workplace culture, how you can plan to get to where you want to be. I will share a little bit about how you as a leader have a very important role in your company to change the culture. And lastly, I will summarize and I will share where you can get more information if you would wish that. Hopefully, we will have some time for questions also afterwards. So firstly, who I am. I'm Michel. My last name is Goedegebuure. It's a very difficult name, so just call me Michel or Michael. That's okay. I have 20 years of experience in company turnaround in different industries and different parts of the world. So my approach has been battle tested, so to say, all around the world, and they are based on generic truths in collaboration and how you can collaborate better in your team. So now I make that available, my whole system, to SMEs, because I feel that SMEs are a little bit forgotten by the industry. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. This one comes back later as well. So what is a winning culture? A company culture is actually describes the group, your company, the people working in that, who have shared values and beliefs, shared behaviors, shared goals, and a shared language. Whether you plan your culture or not, you have a culture. So if you do not plan it, the culture will just be at mercy of whatever your staff and your team thinks is best for them or most beneficial or what you expect. So it's best to really start planning your culture. Think about what you want your culture to be like. A winning workplace culture is a culture where trust is high. So people trust each other. They collaborate closely together. They share information. There's open and transparent communication and collaboration. And the direction of the company is clear. So you as a manager of the company, you set the direction and everybody is working to make that a reality. And people feel safe to speak their mind and own up to mistakes. Mistakes are a very important way of improving your company. Of course, avoiding mistakes is better, but you avoid mistakes by learning from mistakes that are made, and making mistakes is inevitable. So why is a winning culture important, and what will it bring you and your company? Well, firstly, all stakeholders are happy. Clients get high quality products and are satisfied, and the loyalty is high. Employees feel valued because you also have budgets. You have the financial means to value them by training, by giving something extra once in a while, stuff like that. Managers get things done. You don't need to get involved in the nitty-gritty details. Your team, your staff is well versed to work on the things that are important for the company, and they know what is important for the company and why it's important for them and how they can contribute. There's a sense of belonging in a team, and employees therefore stay, even if they would be able to earn more money somewhere else. They will want to stay because they feel part of the team and they feel appreciated. And in the end, this is also why we all do it, the owner earns money through dividend from the company. So what are then typical results? And these are results that I achieved, but I know that these are results, if you really put your workplace culture to work, are results that anyone can achieve. 80% less quality repairs in products. So that's a tremendous cost saving and time saving, and tremendously less disruption of your primary process. It can be a product, it can be a service. Also in services, there are quality issues that need your attention. 40 to 50% lower labor hours per product. Again, I say product, but it can be a service as well. Imagine what can happen to you and your company if you can lower the cost of your product, your service, by 50%. That means that with the same cost, you can double your revenue and your turnover and your products. And that also means that the project profits go through the roof, of course. And so here you see an example of some of the projects that I did, where you see a quadrupling of the product profits in the project, and the company profits were 3 times above budget. This is something I've done in multiple companies. So this is not a one-off chance success. It's something that if you apply the right structure, is achievable. And that's why I will come to the structure now. So if you speak about the culture in your company, Ron also shared that before in his 5-step plan. Think about where you are now. But also, first the slide about signs that show you that your company can grow and your culture can grow. Things like customer client satisfaction is low or too low. Process efficiency and effectiveness is low. Staff are not engaged. You have regular resignations. I won't read them all. You have a high email volume. You have a lot of meetings throughout the whole day that all run late and end without result. And employees are reactive and wait for instructions. Those are examples of how you can see in your company that your culture really can and must grow. So how do you do that? First, you think about your desired culture. So you always start with the intended outcome in mind. That will be a common theme I expect during these 2 days of the summit. It always starts with a plan. If you do not have a plan, then you're just doing something. So think about your intended outcome. What does your workplace culture look like? You can think about how do you see your people collaborate? If you walk through your company after the desired culture has been achieved, what are people working on? How do they spend their time? What is the atmosphere in the company? What do you feel when you walk through the company? And how do your customers value your product? But also think about you, how do you feel? Think about maybe your vendors, your suppliers. How happy are they with you as a client? How do you collaborate with them? There's a lot of aspects that you can think about to describe and brainstorm your desired culture. Be as specific as possible. So write down exactly what you see, why that is important, etc. Because that will help you later in also explaining the desired culture to your team and to your staff. Then also think about what are the core values that fit with your desired culture. And then so describe what it looks like if people behave according to those core values. What is very important then is a core value. A lot of companies have things like ownership or teamwork, which are great core values, but you have to describe what does it mean in your company. So don't stop at something like teamwork, but write out what it means. And here's an example of my own situation where we wrote, I am convinced that teamwork is essential to reach our goals and am aware of each team member's role and responsibility. So you already see that we're really describing in very, very detailed form what teamwork looks like. I trust and support my colleagues and will point out in a constructive manner what I think and feel. As a result, conflicts can be identified and solved. I am open to other ideas and reflect on my performance in the team in order to improve. So you see how detailed it becomes to be a good team member and to have solid teamwork. If you describe it in this way, everybody will be able to understand what you mean with teamwork. Otherwise, everybody has their own interpretation. But also, you can make it part of your daily conversation. You can make it part of your compliments that you give to people who are doing a good job, or the feedback that you're giving when you want people to improve. You can come back to this description and say, look, here it says that you need to trust and support your colleagues. When you left early yesterday, you didn't do that, and we would like to see that you do that, as an example. So really write down for all the core values, what does it look like, what does it mean in your company. That will make it easier for your team to understand. Then it's very important for you as a leader to really lead by example to make the culture happen. So you determine the direction of the company, you decide and describe the company values, and you ensure that the performance and rewards are closely aligned. It would be detrimental to your efforts to change the culture if you reward behavior that is not in line with the culture that you are striving for. So make sure that annual wage increases, bonuses, but also just compliments, a pat on the back, a gift card because someone did something very well, a thank you note, those all should really enforce the culture that you want to achieve. Then what's very important is communication. If you have not communicated the goals of your company, the strategy of your company, the culture that you want to achieve, every 30 days, people start to forget. So you determine the direction of the company, you decide and describe on the company values, and then you communicate in different methods, in different settings, but also informally and formally, with smaller groups, with company addresses, by posters and at the water cooler or the coffee machine. Build trust in your organization. Then secondly, as a leader, you really have to champion the change that you want to achieve. So be a role model. Your actions speak much louder than words. If you say that you want teamwork, you also must be teamwork. Your staff is looking at you how you live teamwork. If you do that, they will follow. If you don't what you expect them to do, you will break trust. People will start gossiping about you, etc. So be a role model, champion your culture change. So great leaders show a good example, behavior in line with their messages, and also are very good communicators. So in summary, my 3 tips of today. A winning culture is a competitive advantage. So do you need to change your culture? First, question yourself that. Think about your ideal culture and decide, do I need a change, yes or no? Incidentally, research shows that 85% of business owners feel that their culture can improve. So it could well be that you're in the lucky 15%. Kudos to you, really well done. But really be very, very critical, be very hard on yourself and ask yourself, do I need to improve or not? A small improvement is still an improvement. Remember the list of indicators of a poor culture, and I will come back to that later for a moment. Then, to start your company's winning culture, make a plan. What is your desired culture? What is your current culture? What is the gap, and how do I get from A to B? Communicate and build trust in your organization, and be a role model. Those would be my three main tips to start your culture change. So if you would like to have more information, firstly, let's connect. You can find me on LinkedIn. My name is also in all the invitations and in the speaker list, Michel Goedegebuure. I'm easy to find. There's not that many people with this name. Then if you need more information, I made a culture checklist. You can find that also in the description, in my description on my LinkedIn page. But here you can also see it's bit.ly/culture-checklist. What you can, this culture checklist is totally for free and without any obligations. It helps you reflect on the questions about your culture and about, and it will give you insight in the steps that you need to take. The signs of the poor culture are also in that checklist, by the way. Of course, you will get a complete overview of your own thinking so you can start. Secondly, find me on Spendless Academy. I have regular free webinars. I also do paid workshops. Like Ron said, the price is really affordable for the value that you're getting. And I also will start coaching calls. And they are available already, so you can schedule coaching calls with me directly if you need to have more information. Feel free to connect, and let's see if we can make your workplace culture a winning one. Thank you very much. Then I will stop sharing. I'll see if there's any questions.
Okay, great. So thank you so much, Michael. Let me change it to this. Okay, awesome. Michael, you can hear me well, right?
Yes, very well. Thank you, Ray.
So since you have ended really nice, short, succinctly, 5 minutes a little bit earlier, we get to take in questions, which is exciting. Yay! Because we want to know what all you amazing viewers that have tuned in, whatever time zone you're in, you have tuned in, and you're here and willing to learn. We want to answer some of your questions. Okay, so let me choose a question. I'm gonna go for. Okay, let me take a look. This is a lovely question. Okay, Faisal actually mentioned ego is a big problem to create good culture in a company. How do you overcome it?
Yeah, I agree, Faisal. Very good point. It's a point that I didn't address because, of course, the time was limited. If you look at effective leadership, you really have to see that you have to serve your team. So working on humility and servient leadership is one of the critical to success leadership traits. I agree to that. The way I see it is very simple. I'm a general manager. And the only reason I can be a general manager is because there's a lot of other people in my company doing the work, making the product, making the service, speaking to the client. I genuinely don't understand why people would see themselves as the most important. But it is something that is that is maybe a standard that I grew up with. It's within myself. Ego is a big problem for a lot of things in life. If you have a big ego problem, which most men do have, me too sometimes, work on it. But I'm not an expert in doing that. So maybe there's other speakers who can do that.
Great. And I think another thing is sometimes it's just a mindset, right? If you want to work on ego, you will. If you don't want to, then you won't. So communication may be the most important, and that's something that you mentioned during your slides. We have another time. We have time for another question, maybe one or two more. So I'll add this question in, which I think is a little bit long, but it's a good one. In this current pandemic situation where survival is top on organizational priorities, how do we convince senior leaders to still continue to take actions on cultural transformations? So how do we still want to, find ways to change and grow when companies, they're just looking at survival? Maybe they're just looking at a way to make sales.
Yeah, great question, Mike. I really love this question. Firstly, the best moment to start working on your culture is probably 5 years ago to overcome this pandemic. The second best is now, because now you can still do it. It's like the best camera that you have is the one that you have with you. Culture change doesn't have to cost money. What I achieved, the results that I showed, I achieved with almost zero investment. It's time, it's leadership, it's communication. I did spend a lot of time, of my own time, communicating to my team and helping them understand what the culture is, why it's important for the company and them, and try to align the interests of both the employees and the company, and also help people understand how they can contribute. There's this famous story about a forklift driver in a big company who was asked about the purpose of the company or the goals of the company. And the CEO has often explained that the goal is an EBIT of 5%. That's actually profit in very fancy words. Yeah. And then they ask the forklift driver, what's the goal? He says EBIT of 5%. And they ask him, do you know what EBIT is? No. Do you know how to contribute? No. But he did know the goal. So I would say get away from the notion that it's costing a lot of money. It will cost time and effort. And I would say in the current pandemic, you cannot afford not to do it. Your culture makes you more flexible. It makes it easier for the company to pivot towards new directions, if so needed by the market. And let's be honest, this pandemic really changes the needs of the market. So start working on your culture. Don't say you don't have the time, because then you will never have the time. Sorry, that was a bit long. So we maybe have one more question.
I think that is, let me see, we are right on time. Those two questions will be enough. Let me figure out how can I take this question off. Once again, I'm doing this, just as I go. So I need
You're doing a great job, Ray.
Thank you. I feel like a tech expert now. After today, I can really run webinars. Okay, so Michael, thank you so much for your amazing presentation. If you think that Michael's whatever Michael has said has helped you in your business, feel free to put it down in the comment section below. We want to hear your feedback. We want to know what you have learned and what you're going to implement next. Because the best way to learn is to apply, right? And if you type how you're going to apply this in the comment section below, that will actually tell yourself that, yes, I will apply this. It's like reconfirming it to yourself. Okay. And we also want to hear from you guys in the comment section below as well. So thank you so much, Michael.
Have a great summit.
Yes. Okay, let me remove. Awesome. Okay, great. Wow, I feel like this smooth transition from one speaker to another, I'm improving as I go. I'm improving as I go. Awesome. So that is Michael. Once again, you can actually connect with him via Spendless Academy or him or on LinkedIn. But if you want, you can just go on to spendlessacademy.com because all of our experts, all their details is actually on the platform itself. All you need to do is just to go just to search their name out on Spendless Academy. So it's pretty easy. So we're down to our next speaker, and if you're enjoying this summit, please tell us in the comment section below. I can see that some people are giving thumbs up, and there are many interactions in the comment section below. The next topic is something that I'm extremely excited about. It is, what does it mean to be positive? All right, so I'd like to do a little introduction of the speaker. But firstly, I'm so excited for this topic simply because, in this day and age, everybody is just saying, be positive, be positive. Yes, we know that in theory, but it's so hard to do practically. How can we be positive when, maybe we lost our job, or maybe we're not getting any opportunities during this time of COVID-19? Or what if, a relationship in our life has been severed, or whatever things has been happening, right? Any challenges? How can we really stay positive? How is it possible? How can we really stay positive without being fake about it? So for our next speaker, is Gladys Tan. She's actually a facilitator with the Virtues Project and a mother of three. Now I know why she has to stay positive. She was a flight attendant before being a mom, and then she developed the passion to serve those around her. Virtues and the framework has helped her through a few life-changing events, and since becoming a facilitator, she has been conducting workshops for parents and educators in Singapore and Malaysia, and also conducted many webinars on Spendless Academy, and also has been involved in coaching youth. So she has been really working with people from all walks of life. So today, Gladys will be sharing with us, what does it mean to be positive? I think this is a topic that is relevant to everyone. So please write down in the comment section below if you have any questions. Once we end her sharing, if we have some time, we'll have some time for questions as well. Okay, so without further ado, please put your virtual hands applause for.
Hi everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction, Ray. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen very quickly. Okay, so I hope everyone can see my screen. Can everyone hear me good? So yeah, so what does it mean today? The topic is, what does it mean to be positive, right? Okay, so yeah, so my name is Gladys and I'm a facilitator with the Virtues Project. Yes, so my children are the reasons I became a facilitator, because I first attended a workshop to help me become a good mother, because these kids, they don't come with manuals, right? So, but over the years, I realized that, and I experienced firsthand how virtues and the framework has helped me in all areas of my life, right? So I hope today I will be able to bring you some value, and please ask me some questions if you have. So yeah, so like Ray mentioned, what does it mean to be positive, right? I mean, we tell ourselves and we tell people, and we hear people tell us, stay positive, be positive. But what does that mean? When we are positive, what do we think of? What do we say? How do we act so that we are positive? What do we do, right? Because I'm a facilitator with the Virtues Project, here I would like to bring your focus to the virtues. Now, virtues are the content of our character, right? And virtues are the core of who we really are. Virtues are our mental strength, and they are our character muscle. Now, in times of difficulty, we can call on the virtues to help us cope, to guide us to lead our life by our highest standards. Now, in difficult situations, we may need to call on the virtues of endurance, perhaps, tolerance, perseverance, courage, creativity, right, to help us cope with whatever that's happening. Or we may even need to call on the virtues of forgiveness, detachment, or peacefulness to help us manage our emotions. Now, practicing virtues is like exercising, like weightlifting, right? We exercise to strengthen our muscles in our body so that we get toned and we look good, right? Physically, we look good physically. But practicing virtues helps us to look good from within. It is in the way we think. It is in the way we speak and act, right? So perhaps I need to improve on my patience, right? And if I practice my patience bit by bit every day for a month, I will definitely be more patient than today, right? So this is similar to if similar to exercising. If I want to have toned arms, perhaps, right, I will need to call on the virtues of diligence and purposefulness and self-discipline to carry the weight, to exercise my biceps, right, bit by bit every day. So in a month, I get very toned and very nice arms. So it's similar. The more we practice the virtues that we need, the better we become at it, right? Virtues are also accepted in all cultures and all communities. We may show them differently, so perhaps the virtue of respect. We may show respect in a different way in different communities, but the virtue of respect is still accepted everywhere we go. No matter which community we go into, respect is accepted. Now, the good news is we were all born with virtues, right? These qualities are innate. They are already within us, okay? We just need to decide to call on them, okay? We just need to put them into work, into action to help us cope, to guide us, but to lead our life by our highest standards, right? It is easy to say, we just need to call on them and put them into action. As easy as it sounds, it can be very challenging, especially when the virtues we need are not our leading virtues. And in difficult situations at times, it is difficult to maybe call on our compassion or our understanding, right? The objective here is to be mindful of these virtues and what virtues are we struggling with, and what are our leading virtues and what are our underdeveloped virtues. Okay, so the idea is to be mindful of them and to know that these virtues, these inner qualities are already within us, and we do have control. We are in control, and we can call on them if we choose to, right? The choice is ours, it's yours. If you want to call on your resilience, you want to call on your self-discipline, you want to call on your trustworthiness, right? So we have our leading virtues and the underdeveloped virtues, right? Be aware of what your leading virtues are, because at times they are the ones holding us back from being at our best, or they could be working against us. So for example, I am an assertive person, right? And if I'm not careful, and if I don't balance my assertiveness with maybe the virtues of tact, consideration, courtesy, and respect, I may come across as a rude person. I may come across as insensitive, inconsiderate, and rude, right? So I have to be very mindful of my assertiveness and balance it with tact, courtesy, maybe consideration, thoughtfulness, right? And another example, taking on too much initiative, having too much initiative and take on too much work can work against us, right? And then we will not be able to perform and work with excellence. So now then we need to balance our initiative, our helpfulness and initiative with perhaps self-discipline and moderation, so that whatever work we have at hand, we can do it with diligence, we can produce excellent work, right? Does that make sense? And also having too much compassion for others may get us too emotionally attached or too emotionally into the situation, and that's not helpful, right? And then we need to practice that with some discernment, maybe detachment, so that it can help us be clearer in our thinking and then take constructive action to help in the situation if the situation calls for our help, right? Now, the idea here is to have a good balance. And this balance can be difficult to balance, but trust yourself, okay? Because only you know where the balance should be for you, because you know yourself the best, okay? Be honest with yourself. Reflect on the virtues you need to develop on. Take the initiative and self-discipline to practice them, right? The more we practice our virtues, the better we become at it, right? Now, we also have the people that we don't really get along with, right? But if we practice the virtues of fairness, openness, we will definitely find good character in these people, right? And if we practice the virtues of understanding, I believe we would be able to create a more harmonious environment around, right? Like I mentioned earlier, we were all born with virtue. And if we are willing to be fair and open, we will definitely find the good in others. Now, focusing on virtues really helps us to be more positive. We automatically, if we are constantly reminded of the virtues, we will become more positive. We will start looking for the good in others. We will start finding virtues in others. We will start finding virtues in ourselves. We will start finding virtues in the situations around us. So by focusing on virtues, really helps us to be more positive and create a more empowering environment, more harmonious environment, right? So now, so what do we say? What do we, if we are being positive? Now, here I would like to encourage us to use virtues language, right? Our words really have great power to inspire or discourage. The things that we say, the words that we use really can inspire people to be at their best, to encourage cooperation, to bring about change in our environment. The more virtue words we use in our environment, these are the behaviors we are empowering. So my suggestion here is to infuse virtue words in your everyday conversation to create a more positive environment. Now, for an example, there are many ways to incorporate virtue words into our everyday conversation. But here, how do you thank someone after they have done well? Now, we normally say, good job, well done, great work, right? Although they are positive, they are way, way too general. It doesn't tell the person how they have done well. It doesn't tell the person what qualities you see in them and that you appreciate. So here, I would like to suggest the virtues language. So I may say, thank you for your generosity in bringing food. I admire your optimism for starting a business at this age. That took a lot of courage to perform on stage just now. I appreciate your honesty. It has cleared up the misunderstanding. I know you were in a difficult situation, right? Or thank you for all your determination and your perseverance in making this event a success. I really appreciate it, right? In this manner, we tell the person the inner qualities we see in them and that we appreciate these qualities and how they have done well. I know it sounds like it's a mouthful, it's very long, but I really encourage you to point out the qualities, the characteristics that you see in this person and how they have done well. Now, this really tells the person, I see you, right? So, when do you say these things? Say it when you see it, especially when you know someone is find challenging with a particular virtue and you see them practice it even for 5 seconds, even for a tiny bit. It is very important for another person to hear how they have done well and to acknowledge the challenging virtue that you see in them. And that tells them that I can do this. I can be patient over and over again, for example. So say it when you see it, right? I really appreciate your consideration. That's very responsible of you. It's creative. I love the color, right? That's very thoughtful of you. I love your enthusiasm. Something like that. Say it when you see it. Write it in your emails. Say it in your messages, right? In your comment on Facebook, on LinkedIn. When you see the virtues, say it, acknowledge it. I have many examples how I use virtues language when I'm out in the restaurant or when I'm buying something or at government offices. And you just see when you acknowledge them with virtues, it gives them this smile on their face and it lights up people's day. You know, that's the least we can do. Now, let's go to inner critic. People say the inner critic is the worst critic in the world, right? We are very harsh on ourselves. We say a lot of unkind things about ourselves all the time, right? So we have no way to turn this inner critic off, but we can turn them into a kinder and gentler observer. Okay, so depending on what this inner critic is saying and what virtues you want to replace them with, be mindful of what it's saying. And when you're mindful of what this inner critic is saying, we can really turn them into more positive statements. So I could be saying, I am approaching this with openness and flexibility. I live to learn, right? I will practice courage and confidence and do my best. And if I fail, it's okay. I am a lifelong learner. I have the humility and confidence to learn from my mistakes. What is the teachable moment here? Reflect. What virtues can help me now? Do I need more accountability? Do I need to be more assertive? Do I need more diligence? Do I need to be more self-disciplined? What virtues can help me now? How can I do things differently now? Do I need more understanding? Do I need detachment? What can help me now, right? So there are many opportunities every day for teachable moments. And if we use teachable moments as opportunities to strengthen our character, we really become lifelong learners. We become more creative in problem solving and be more resilient, calling on the different virtues as we need them, right? So how have you been leading your life? Are we too controlling? Do we focus on flaws and speak negatively about things and people? Are we constantly in engagement with arguing? Are we constantly in conflict with others? Now, these are reflections, okay? I would like to suggest 3 very important virtues: acceptance, accepting each person as they are, accepting situations we cannot change, and appreciation, showing and feeling and expressing our gratitude, focusing on what's good in our life, right? And be accountable of your own actions. Be accountable of where you are in your life at the moment, because the moment we are accountable, that tells us that, hey, we can do something about it because I have control, right? And time is up. I would like to leave you here with 5 tips to be positive. Be kind to yourself. Remember to be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. Forgive yourself and others, right? Have the humility to learn from your mistakes. Show gratitude often, and see yourself as a confident person. Now, nobody can really give us the confidence. We need to build it. So start by seeing yourself as a confident person. All right, so thank you, and I will stop sharing now. I think my time is up. Hi, Ray.
Whoops, sorry about that. Okay, thank you so much, Gladys. Sorry that it was a little bit abrupt, but thanks so much, Gladys, for a brilliant just sharing. And I think that's extremely relevant, especially at this time, right, during COVID period. And personally for me as well, because right now I'm building my coaching business. So thank you so much, Gladys, on how to stay positive. The top 5 tips at the end really did help. So let's look at the comments here, because I just want to interact with the audience a little bit. Yeah, to encourage all of you to type in the comment section below. I can see that we have someone from Malaysia. We have people from India. Thanks so much for tuning in and investing in your growth. All right. If you're here and you just tuned in, you just streamed in from wherever you are, please write down in the comments section below. Say hi to us and tell us where you're from. We'd like to know which country you're tuning in from. Okay. And for all of the experts that we have here today, even at the end, we have a panel session as well. Please do write any questions in the comment section, because we will be answering some of your questions if we have a little bit of time. But if not, you can always also link up with the experts on spendlessacademy.com to ask them your questions. Okay, so for our next speaker, we have Max Liang. He is a metaphysician adept in techniques of face reading, numerology, and Feng Shui, to mention a few. And actually, using numerology, face reading, and Feng Shui, he actually helps companies and corporations to reassess their business direction, improve business processes, and even help some businesses from the brink of folding up to achieve positive revenues and profit. So today, Max will be sharing with us how to use Feng Shui to boost your business. Okay, so for all of you entrepreneurs out there, or people who are just interested in the world of Feng Shui, numerology, face reading, wow, this is exciting. Master Max will be the one that will be sharing with us how to use Feng Shui to boost our business. So without further ado, I'm going to have Max come up. Once again, any questions that you have, write it down in the comment section below. So a virtual round of applause for Max, please.
Hi, good morning to everyone. And thanks, Ray, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you so much. Glad to be on this platform. Yeah, I've been Feng Shui master for the last decade, more than a decade. And most of my clients are actually corporate clients. All right. But however, when I'm actually dealing with new customers, I always face that sort of initial kind of resistance. All right, because some customers basically don't believe in Feng Shui. They don't believe in the use of Feng Shui. They don't believe that Feng Shui can be used to help them in their business. Quite a lot of times, we do get people who think that Feng Shui is kind of focus, it's not true at all. All right. They may come to an extent whereby they say, Feng Shui, we better not touch it. It's some heresy, something bad, All right. So today, I would just like to let all of you know that Feng Shui is basically a technique, it's a tool that we use almost every day without even us knowing it. all right? And I am going to run down some of the techniques and methods that you can actually employ from now on to basically improve on whatever task you have at hand, be it business, be it, you know, any work or any kind of goals that you're trying to achieve in life. All right. So before I start, let me just answer what is Feng Shui. Now, I do not want to be using all those very technical terms, but then I would like to just put it in a very easy to understand kind of way. All right. So what is Feng Shui? It is actually the adjustment of the environment. All right, environment, body, your physical body, and mind, psychology, to achieve congruency and alignment to whatever goals you have, your life goals, and achieve the massive results along the way. All right. So I do hope that this would basically bring everyone to the same kind of the alignment of the mindset. All right. What is Feng Shui generally? And the Feng Shui itself actually encompasses the physical environment, the ergonomics of the environment, the physical health, as well as the psychology of that individual. All right, or every individual, or in that manner. All right. So, what is the goal of getting this Feng Shui alignment? Now, if you can get the environment that you're actually comfortable with, you're able to perform better, increase your productivity, able to have more meaningful connections with other people, with your colleagues, with your friends, with your clients. If you're able to connect well with the goals of other people, then basically it helps you in your business to achieve the results that you want. All right. So since I've touched on three parts, the environment, the body, as well as the psychology, I guess quite a number of trainers here, experts here, would have actually talked about the psychology aspects of it. All right. Some of them maybe talk about the body aspects. So let me just talk about the environment aspect. Okay. So when we talk about the environment aspect, we are talking about the physical environment. We are trying to, firstly, achieve harmony between human and nature. All right, once we have that harmony, we feel comfortable, we are with the environment, and things seems to flow more easily. Number two is to seek auspiciousness. All right, now it is actually an interesting word. What is auspicious and what is inauspicious? All right. So the whole idea behind it is that when we are trying to achieve auspiciousness, basically we are going with the flow. We are going with nature. We're going with how things will unfold rather than going against the tide. And going with the flow basically makes it easier. Number three, if we use Feng Shui, we are actually considering one's interest, all right, one person's interest, together with the majority, with the group, that they must work together to achieve the results of better communication and better connection. All right. So let me go into the first one, environment. Now, well-designed building incorporates the Feng Shui or the principles of Feng Shui. All right, and it actually gives a very distinctive edge over its rival. Now, people there becomes more productive, they communicate better, they suffer less from stress-related conditions, and they tend to remain with the company longer. Now, this all adds up by holding on to your staff for a longer period of time. The cost is actually lower, and by dealing better with your customers, your clients, it actually gives rise to better client retention. Okay, and how do we do that? First thing is the Feng Shui. Feng Shui goes with landscaping. Of course, the external environment actually plays a part for everyone in an internal environment. So if you're talking about an office, all right, wouldn't it be better if you feel very comfortable inside there, and that will practically improve in terms of your productivity and your psychological health. All right. So research in hospitals has actually shown that it is an advantage to have a bed close to a window with natural landscape. You can see outside. Once you look outside, you feel better. You have a more open kind of view towards life. All right. And in our perspective is, in terms of Feng Shui, surrounded by trees and natures basically bring about more natural energy, the energy of nature, all right, coming towards you, and definitely improves your health. All right. So that's the main thing. The other thing is Feng Shui connected with water. All right. Our bodies are actually 70% of water. And having water close to us basically creates a positive influence on our body. Now, if we were to use energy, people might misunderstand a little bit. All right. Sometimes you use the word chi, and that basically refers to the natural energy that comes around. Okay. So if the energy of the water body has the ability to directly interact with the energy that is within us, that's 70% of energy that is within us. All right. It basically is going to help us to improve our health. Now, historically, if you were to look at people going to spa towns, seasides, or to places with spring water, they go there to heal themselves, whether in the Eastern or the Western culture. All right. And most people, if they were to take a vacation, usually would like to go near sea, near a lake, near a river for holiday. And basically to immerse themselves in those kind of healing energy, either physically or even psychologically. All right. Now, if you can surround yourself with fresh, unpolluted, healthy water, definitely it will give you a very favorable influence on the water in your body, and that's easier for you to achieve great health. All right. Now, we respond to natural lights. Okay, we respond to sunlight, and natural light have been shown to influence the melatonin in our brain and affects our sleep. And natural light also affects our serotonin level in our brain. Now, serotonin is actually a happy hormone. Okay, so it affects how we feel about how well we feel, our well-being. All right. Now, office that allows more light to enter into will definitely have a more positive impact on the well-being of the people working inside that. Firstly, they feel happier. Secondly, they feel much more comfortable. Now, artificial lights, when you have it too long, it basically just mess up your time, your appreciation of time. All right, and it gives you a tiny jet lag almost every day. Okay. The next part that I'm talking about is the office layout. And an office layout with, of course, open with windows actually give people good exposure to natural light or energy flow. All right. And it actually creates more lively workspace and reduce, especially for companies, especially for office that is very cluttered and very tight. Okay, it does actually feel stuffy and basically impedes the work done. Now, cubicles in the office should be designed to maximize, all right, the teams to actually create natural teams, people to create natural teams that they are comfortable with the people around them. Okay, and to bring about more harmonious relationship, even though they are trying to achieve their own personal goal in their career. Next thing is color. Now, it would be pretty interesting to look at colors, and research have actually shown that bright colors lift our mood, dark colors actually depress us. All right. So bright colors are always preferred for the office environment. Okay, just to give a uplift in mood, spirit of people, so that they get more productive, they're more happier. All right. The other thing is Feng Shui with plants. Now, a lot of office basically are pretty plain. They don't have any plants inside there. Most of the stuff inside are office equipment, paper, and stuff. But nowadays, gradually, more and more offices are slowly putting plants into their environment, and they are actually getting landscaping companies to so-called design the position of the plants inside the office. And that's one very good way to actually improve productivity in the office. Why? Plants improve the atmosphere of an office, all right? Then the plants actually radiate natural energy, right? The energy of nature. Some plants even clean the air, and they may even reduce the level of electromagnetic fields coming from things like your monitor, computer, electrical equipment, PowerPoints, and so on. Now, plants in an office will be a very great addition to improve the well-being of the people inside. Okay. Then we'll talk about the immediate item that an office worker or anybody who is actually working, all right? And it is the table space. Now, we would always like to work with the natural wood surface, and the natural wood surface on the workstation keeps a clean surface, keep the place uncluttered, all right, give a very good flow of energy. And because it is actually a wood surface, it gives a very relaxing natural surface, and it definitely will make the whole energy very, very comfortable. All right. Finally, chairs. Now, when we talk about Feng Shui, we don't talk about just placement of stuff here and there. We are basically talking about the ergonomics of the environment itself. And chairs plays a very important part in terms of how comfortable we are sitting while doing our work. Now, chairs will have the biggest influence on how to avoid shoulder pain, back pain, neck ache, all right? And most important consideration is the angle of the seat base. If the angle is not right, you basically feel very uncomfortable. So the height of the chair and the position of the chair relative to your work desk is very, very important. All right. So I have actually touched on the first aspects of Feng Shui, which a lot of people think that is what Feng Shui fully encompasses, which is the environment. But the next two that I'm going to talk about will be physical, body, and health. All right. Now, we do need to have a very good physical body, good health, in order for us to achieve the results that we want. And many a times I have to advise my clients, hey, why don't you take a look at your, health. Do a body checkup, medical checkup at that point of time to see what sort of health condition you are. Incorporate more physical activity and more exercise into your life. Take care of your sleep pattern. All right, sleep well. All right. The whole idea is this: if you do not have health, then what else can you do? Basically, without a healthy body, you can't achieve the results. You cannot achieve the goals that you want. All right, it is so difficult without a healthy body. All right, so technically, we need to look at what is the food that we're taking. Make sure that the food that we take is suitable for us. The kind of diet that we have is very important. All right. Water, consumption of water, very important. Sleep, very important. And connection with people around you is very important. Because why? If you are surrounded by people who are unhealthy, smoke, drink, and whatever, doesn't sleep at night, you will be like them. All right. So if you get into a clique whereby everybody is actually taking care of their health, then that would definitely do much more effective for you to change your lifestyle and to get healthy. Okay, so I have touched on body. The other thing is this: psychology, the mental well-being. Now, a lot of times in research, especially during this time of COVID, a lot of people are affected psychologically. All right, it's just not good. People are caught at home. They can't go out. They can't actually interact with friends and so on. Although it's slowly opening up, yes, but then we still feel a lot of restriction. We can't be like what we used to do. Human to human interaction is getting less nowadays. Okay, and even for the summit, we're actually doing online. All right. Now, the whole idea is this: the kind of people that you surround yourself, okay, is going to affect how you think, how you perceive things, how you work, and how you cherish whatever you have. Okay. Do take notes or do take account into the kind of people that that surrounds you. And if you do find that they are not the right kind of people for you, do make changes. All right. If you're staying in a group of people who are depressing, they are unhappy, they have grouses, they complain, it encourages you to do likewise. Okay. And having this kind of negative attitude towards life does not help you to, grow personally. So always remember, immerse yourself in groups of people who are of positive intention, positive in mindset, positive thinking. All right, they are active in nature, they are proactive. Okay, and they are achievers. All right, be in their team, be in their core, be in their circle, and grow with them. And that is going to do a lot of good for you. All right. Now, I have talked about the environment. I've talked about the body. I've talked about the psychology. And once you are able to combine all the different aspects into it, I'm very, very sure that you will be able to achieve more in life. Okay. You're able to be your own personal target, being your business goal, all right, being your career goal. It will definitely bring much more to you. All right. Now, technically, I have covered the aspects of Feng Shui that is much more pertinent, all right, to growing in business. All right. But what else can we add on to all this? Now, the whole idea is sometimes when we are in a particular situation we have no control about. For example, you are working in an office and the environment is not too good for you. All right. Now, other than being passive and waiting for things to improve, I would think that having a more positive mindset, positive kind of attitude, and make changes personally towards achieving what you need to achieve. All right. And the first thing is definitely declutter. declutter as much as you can. Secondly is to set your goal on paper. Know what you are keen to achieving. All right. Setting your own, when I say personal goal, it could be health goal, it could be financial goals, it could be relationship goals. All right. Then we need to be aware of what is happening to us. What are we actually doing every single day? Is it just, waking up in the morning, have your breakfast, go to work, finish your work at 5, go back home, slouch in front of the TV, watch TV till, nighttime, before sleep, go to bed, and wake up in the morning, and then the whole cycle goes? I don't think that is what life really means, okay? We do need to really appreciate the people around you, the environment, the landscape, all right, nature. Go out and get fresh air. Go out and get the natural environmental energy. That is good chi, all right, chi for you to actually utilize, okay? Go to places whereby people are exercising. They get you exercising. Go to places whereby you see, young people, all right, how active they are. All right. So those are the kind of changes that is important for you. All right. It's not just the working aspects of it. Do spend some time to look at your own health, be it physically or psychologically. And I am very sure that with the combination of all the different aspects, you will definitely be able to see much more results in your life, in your career, in your business. All right. And whatever I have talked about in designing the office, getting the office layout and stuff, those are much more critical. They are much more towards ergonomics. They are more towards the space. They're much more towards landscape, nature. All right. And they give positive vibes. Okay. Regardless whether, what is your perception of Feng Shui. Okay. So at the end of it, I would just like to add on that, yep, it is, Feng Shui is a science. It basically helps people to, look at the environment, the ergonomics, all right, their own health, their psychology, their mental health as well. So these are all aspects, interconnected aspects, all right, that gives people the energy, the passion, and the power to achieve the goals that they need. And that is basically what we should be looking for and going forward with. Okay, so at this point of time, I left 5 minutes for any kind of questions that may be. Okay, and if within these 5 minutes, whatever questions I see, if I can, I'll just try to answer it. And yeah, I think, yes, exactly, I've got 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, great. So actually, we have about a minute left, but the next speaker is not here yet. So yes, I'll look through the questions. Okay, so if any of you guys have any questions, please put in the comment section below. Okay, so today Max talked about a lot of different aspects: health, mental state, how to zen up your office so that, with Feng Shui. So I think that it's very all-encompassing. Okay, so if anybody has any questions, maybe if it's not to boost business, but even just for your health or your personal life, you can actually share in the comment section below also. Okay, so anybody has any questions, do share in the comment section below. Maybe I can just ask Max, right? Like for someone that is not running their business, or they're just an employee, I mean, they're entrepreneur, okay, they're excelling in their own company. What do you think is a good way to use Feng Shui to excel in their career?
technically, what I have touched on just now, right? Basically, talk about the office design, and the very last part I talk about how they could actually organize their, working desk. How they could actually go out, mingle with people who are more positive mindset, go out to nature and really, imbibe the energy of nature, grow themselves, physically, psychologically. Meeting people who are young, vibrant, and be like them. Okay, form good connections with people, and those kind of good connections. A lot of times people think that spending a lot of time working is going to show their bosses that the bosses will understand, the bosses will see them, and definitely they'll grow and they'll climb up the career ladder. But nowadays people are looking at it more holistically. So for a person who is much more efficient, much more comfortable, and they are able to achieve the so-called deliver the results fast and on time, all right? Those are the people that get noticed first, and those are the ones that actually come fast.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for that. I see a very interesting question, and this is something that I personally want to know also. So Gladys actually asked, what kind of plant is good for the house? Because there's so many different types of plants.
There's so many different kinds of plants. What I do realize is that plants like money plant is actually easier to keep, although the plant itself is a little bit poisonous, so keep it away from pets and children. But I do find that money plants grow very well in the indoor environment, and you can actually grow them in water or in the soil. Okay, and they seem to be quite hardy indoors. I have tried quite a number of different plants, and it seems to be quite difficult. The thing is that for money plant, the leaves are bigger, and they tend to, in our Feng Shui aspect, we always look for leaves that are bigger to keep inside the house, because it is much more smoother, much more round, so it's much more comfortable to deal with. Rather than plants like cactus. Cactus although may be good in terms of, studies have actually shown that it does reduce some electromagnetic radiation and stuff. But then, of course, when you have cactus with all the sharps like needles, pointing at you all the time, it just doesn't feel that comfortable at all. All right. So maybe we go for something which is much more softer. Kind of.
I have a succulent. Really a plant.
Basically, succulents are considered under the cactus family.
Low maintenance plants. Low maintenance. Okay. One other question. So I think that this is a good question, right? By Leza actually. Do we need to actually engage a Feng Shui master to start implementing Feng Shui into our business?
Actually, there are two ways to look at it. It is always good to engage a Feng Shui master to look at how we could actually, just now I've talked about the auspicious and the inauspicious. All right, we tend to want to go after the auspicious and avoid the inauspicious. So if you get a Feng Shui master to look at your environment, they are actually the experts to look at what is good, what is not good, and by doing so, we get they are the ones that can give you very good advice how to mitigate all the issues at hand. All right, and once the issues are mitigated, people basically feel much more comfortable in that working environment, in that living environment, and that is what we're trying to achieve: comfort, all right, and higher productivity. All right, so definitely looking for a Feng Shui master to look at the Feng Shui is very will be the best. But then if you don't, and if you find that you can actually use what is actually, what I've actually shared today, all right, what you can actually find in books regarding ergonomics and the physical environmental health for environmental health, then you could actually implement it all by yourself to get, you wouldn't go too far away from creating the right environment for yourself, because every single one of us feels it. All right, if the environment is good, we feel it. If the environment is not good, we will also feel it. So you can definitely get what you need, even if you do it all by yourself.
Awesome. Thanks. That's a very all-encompassing answer. I think basically you can do what you can, but if you're not an expert in the craft, whether it's feng shui or business, basically anything at all, having someone guide you is much better. It's like you can learn how to swim yourself using YouTube, or you have someone teach you how to swim. Right. This is why we have experts on Spendless Academy platform as well. Okay, that's the importance of really learning from an expert.
Exactly.
So thank you so much, Max. Okay,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, if you want to actually connect with Max, simply head on to our spendlessacademy.com, all right, which is basically where you signed up for this summit, and you can search Max. He's one of the experts on our platform. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. All right, so let me see how I can remove this. Awesome. Okay, so I hope that all of you are getting so much from our experts today. I think the amazing thing about this summit is that there is a range of topics, all right? There are really a range of topics, and you can pick and choose who you want to learn from. And I really appreciate all of you who are just commenting on the comment section. I can see many new comments, right? Many people are commenting away and asking questions, talking about the plants, talking about the different things that Max is has shared just now, and even interacting in the comments to each other. Okay, I think that in the season now of virtual events, I think that's very heartening. We can't network via face-to-face, but we can actually do it via the comments. Okay, so once again, anybody that just came in, welcome to Virtual Summit Day 1. We have our next speaker ready. Okay, and just want to say thank you for everybody who's here investing in your growth, in your health, in your mental well-being, and your in basically learning something new. So write down any questions you have in the comments below, because after every speaker we do have a little bit of Q&A if we have time. So the next speaker we have will be Carrie. Carrie Yu is a top 10 WeChat influencer in the Hong Kong district, China marketing strategist, profit strategist, global speaker, and business author. So she is running a digital marketing and consulting agency called Yu Ignite Limited, which provides marketing solutions to help entrepreneurs break into the 1.4 billion China business market effectively. Okay, she has spoken in more than 8 countries, how to break into the market on entrepreneurship, and she's essentially a really sought after coach and trainer. So today we're really, really honored to have Carrie speak to us on what makes a business successful. So any business owners out there, or if you're looking to start your own business, this is extremely relevant for you. So a virtual round of applause for Carrie.
Hello, everyone. I hope that everything going well, because my side have some technical issues right now on my phone. So I hope that everything will going well. But if suddenly you just see me disappear because technical issue. So today I'm such an honor to work with Spendless Academy and share the topic about what makes business success. Actually, it's from my book. I published it in 2016, and that is one of the principles that what makes business success. And when I started, it's like the 4 points that I just mentioned it before in this 25 minutes sharing. So everyone can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, because I just keep on speaking. I'm not sure is that everyone can hear me clearly. I hope so. And so I apologize for the technical issues. So you just can see me, cannot see my PowerPoint because right now I'm on my phone. Okay, so the first thing is about what makes business success. That actually has 4 sectors. Let me see. Okay, so my PowerPoint. The first step is you have to know the tools that you need to prosper. That is TOOL. It's a single, not plural. So what actually tool you need to prosper? Many people will think, oh, right now we are in the era of technology. There's a lot of strategies, right? Different kind of marketing, methods and technology as well. But basically, everything when you're back to basic will make your life much more easier. At the same time, you can assume, you can make sure that your business will grow, growing well, at the same time also grow steady. So the first principle, the first two actually is caring for you to make a business success. So caring, we can see like in different sector. Let me quote one example. For example, Apple. I don't know if you are fans of Apple product. I'm not sure. Maybe you are Android, fans of Android, right? Android system. But when we think about Apple, what kind of impression we have? What kind of impression you have? It's cool, it's lifestyle, it's a brand or a phone, right? But outside that, we have different kind of smartphones in the market. What makes Apple differentiate itself as a brand? Even they sell like phones or watch, right? But basically, back to basic, actually they really care about what customer needs. Even the customer don't know. So this is like the whole culture in company in Apple. And so when they create something, actually it's like the price point is a little bit crazy, right? I cannot say it's like expensive, but when you compare as like a functionalized as a phone, you don't need to pay that amount of money. You can at the same amount of money buy 3 other brand, right, as a smartphone. So what makes Apple different actually is we call user experience. And this is something that is about basic, the core value is caring. So no matter you start as like a solopreneur, you start from a business owner, like a small business owner, or even big brand like a big company, big group like Fortune 500 company. When the business like a little bit like stay down, that is a sign that you have some point that lack of caring about the customers. So in the market, the customer, their taste will change, their needs will change, even their fear will change. So if you really fit in what they really need about, even you can foresee something that they need, and at that time the clients don't know, you can be the pioneer in the industry. So actually, it's one tool that you need to prosper in any kind of business. It's about caring. That is like a simple words, right? Okay, I care about my customer, my recent customer. But more, you move a little bit forward is you know the customer more than they know that. So this is what make, no matter it's like a small size, one-man band business owner, or even to a really, really big group in the world. This is only one core thing that is caring. So this is one tool that will help you to be prosperous. It's really interesting, right? So when people think about, oh, if I want to grow my business, I need a lot of marketing. I don't say that it's not important. They're also important too, because marketing is the definition of marketing is help you to explain your product, service, or opportunity clearly to those prospects. Clearly, that means your unique selling point and your like, oh, I just get it, and I know what it is in resistible offer. But the thing is, no matter how grand, how good the copywriting, the marketing strategy, how good it is, but if you not really connect deeply about human needs, that also will fail, because that is like a competitive from time to time, even in different industry, right? So if you want to be successful long term, one, you back to basic is about how about your relationship with the customer. How you think is that you think you understand them or you care them more than they care about themselves. So that's why some company, they can create the leads for the market even they not yet have for the client. So this is the first point. It's really fundamental. Sounds really basic, right? But from time to time when you grow business, sometimes we will distract by other different things like marketing, like the product quality, something like that. Sometimes is the point isn't on that. The point is about the clients, the customer, their taste change, maybe the fear they change, uncertainty feeling change. So when you really keep abreast with what the customer needs from time to time, that will help you to grow. So that's why those big company, they will have like a survey department from time to time. They send a survey to as a marketing, right? They understand what the client needs and looking for. From time to time, they will change. Their behavior, their habit will change. So that deep down is about caring. And if like a small business owner, middle-sized business owner, no matter consulting coach, service-based or a product provide, or even create opportunities, we need back to the battlefield. We say is the forefront to really get into the customer, what they're looking for, what they need. And those companies, when they have such practice, for example, like I can quote like Jack Ma, the CEO, right now, he is like former CEO of Alibaba, right? Why Alibaba can grow in such size, influence a lot in the world right now? Because Jack Ma always back to really down to earth. He even went to the conference store to take a look of how he observed everything even in the supermarket. So when the CEO, he also has such mindset and such behavior. So all under him, or the like a senior position, they also have the same kind of mentality that's really care about user experience. And the second thing is about when we talk about the mistake. Let's see. Okay. The mistake values make. This is the second sector that I will share in this 25 minutes. So if you really want to be succeed, you need, first of all, understand what you make for success in business, right? A plan carefully put together and just carefully execute. And third point is a definable set of personal characters. So this is something that really important. When we have when we run business, or even as a student we study, we have different kind of problem, right? So sometimes we ignore this, sometimes we just can solve it immediately. But remember, every small point, every small challenge in business, we have to face it. Otherwise, it will grow worse and worse. So when you have a problem, you know, at that time, maybe you have no ability to solve, but you have to figure out like from time to time. You cannot just put it out, okay, just leave it and I will do something that I'm good at. This is not how business run. Business is really interesting. It's like a life. It's like it had energy. Okay, it's something that really interesting. So you don't treat it like, okay, this part I like it to do, I don't like it, I just hire someone to fit it. Yes, you can do it as well. But at the same time, remember to really you can acknowledge that is some problem in your business, and try to pay attention to figure out how to settle it. Otherwise, you put it down, you ignore that problem, the problem will not ignore you. It will grow. So this is something that really important if you start as a startup. And the 8 characters, okay, the 8 characters about of successful people, which I want to say maybe cover a lot. Okay, so business actually is people and like a exchange of value from different people, different setting. Remember, business actually is like an energy unit. So it's start from people, right? No matter it's like an AI system, but it also start like a design developed from a human being. So this is about people. So if we have right fit people in our organization, no matter this company or an institution, we will more easy to succeed. And the long-term success is about the culture of the business and all about the human being. So if you have that 8 characteristics of success people, you have that lot of them in your team, you will make your life much more easier and also grow your business. At the same time, you also enjoy your business as well. So the first kind of characters of successful people, most of them they have ability to set the goals. So when we say set goals, everyone, many people, they set the goals. But the point is, if you set goal, is that you can complete them, like most of them, or just like an activity for you to set goal and fail it, or you can hit it. And this is something about psychological side. So as a human being, it's really interesting. When you have a lot of wins in your life, and you will be more success. So it's like many people say, like attract like, wins attract wins, loser attract loser. So when we set goal, actually we have some scientific way to set goals that help us to achieve it from time to time. So if you have 3 goals, you also achieve them in the time frame. You will have more confidence inside you. At the same time, if you work together with those people, also have followed some scientific way to achieve the goals, think about it. The energy of the whole unit or organization is totally different. So when we say set goal, we have some scientific way. That is SMART, S-M-A-R-T. There is a famous goal setting scientific way for your reference. The first is S, SMART, S-M-A-R-T, right? So goal must be SMART, S-M-A-R-T. S is specific. So for example, if you set a goal, for example, say in sales, okay, so my goal is I set like at least 5 more sales each month, 5 more sales. For example, like, okay, by average, I have sales like 300 sales every month. So I just want to add 5 more for every month and increase the value of monthly sales by not less than 20,000 US dollar. So this is more specific. When you see the numbers that make you, oh, I can measurable, this is good for me, right? In sales. And the second thing is, okay, so you have the long term, maybe mid-term, maybe like immediate term for you to hit the goal. So if you have the monthly goal, how can you make sure that you can hit the monthly goal? Then you have to set your weekly goal, right? So you can measure. And so your M, as SMART, right? The second is M. M is measurable. Measurable means based on what I said, the goal, what I said, and I say, okay, so weekly goal, I would like to say, need to get 1 to 2 more sales every week. So today I cannot get sales, and tomorrow I get 2. And then, okay, I fulfill the quota in this week, right? So you have something that measurable, you can evaluate and adjust your behavior, maybe try some different strategy if this not work and A or B not work, right? Try to get your things done. And every week, minimum make 5,000 sales because my monthly goal is 20,000. So break into in weekly basis, that is each week hit 5,000. So if you hit the first week, you can hit your goal already, and then the second week also. So you can foresee you have really good chance to complete your goal, to achieve your goal at the end of the by the end of the month, right? So this is something that makes sense. And the third point is A, and it's attainable. Attainable, that means the goal is a little bit challenging for you, but you believe that you can achieve it. So when you set goal, it should not be far away. It's not just make a joke. It's make something that you can complete it and make you have like a small win, more small win in your life, and make you feel more confidence. Okay. At the same time, you can just share your experience and teach others to do the same as well. So attainable is really important for you. And also the R, SMART, S-M-A-R. The R is realistic. Realistic is mean by average, I can give you like a statistic. By average is 1.4 times on the recent result you have in the same time frame. So when you set goal, you want to set a little bit challenging. But what means of a little bit challenging? When you just start, you can just 1.5 times of your recent result based on your recent result. So for example, every week I got by average, I got 30 sales every week. And then I can say, okay, so in the same time frame, I would like to hit 1.5 times. It's a little bit challenging, right? but at the same time maybe achievable. So you can start from there. And the last letter is T, SMART, S-M-A-R-T. T is time bound. So you must have a time frame to lock yourself and make it clear, okay, I have to hit the goal in a middle term, right? Just 1 month. But 1 month I break into weekly, and weekly I have each week, 7 days, each day I have to evaluate, I not yet hit any quota in 5 days. So I have to adjust my strategy as well. So this is the first point, is about ability to set goals, is be smart. And the second point is the characteristics of the success people is having set goal and the ability to focus on them. Set your goals and focus on them, and totally inconsistently. So this is about wielding power and discipline. And the third point about successful people, most of them they have, is the willingness to pay the price of success. So the price is not only about expressed in money. Sometimes you don't need money to be succeed, but it's about your effort, about your dedication, and you really willing to sacrifice, to prepare yourself to put in. So of course, you want to hit a bigger goal, you have like a more risk to take, and your sacrifice is a higher level, right? So it's like a different kind of price you have to pay for your success. And I would like call one example. I'm not sure, because I'm not sure that anyone have heard about this story. It's about Google One or Google X. I think it's right now in Asia, most country also being covered by this company. And that actually is a 32-year-old high school dropout entrepreneur created Hong Kong first billion-dollar startup. So it's a Hong Kong company, but they already explain it like around Asia, and it's a billion-dollar startup. So 32 years old, school dropout, how can he do it? Oh, okay. Summarize. Okay. So the summarizes the 8 characteristics of successful people is about the ability to set goal, and having set goal, the ability to focus on them, and willingness to pay the price of success, willingness to take responsibility, and also commit to succeed, and also have time management efficiently. So this is the ability. So if you want to know more, you can just reach out to me. And for all the audience over here, you reach out to me, I can send you a free PDF ebook, and so you can read it as well. Thank you so much for having me here. I would love to share with you more in the coming future.
All right, thank you so much, Carrie. Really appreciate Carrie for being so forthcoming and just sharing with us all her tricks, her secret tricks, right, and strategies on how to make a business successful. Even with, unfortunately, some of the technical issues she's having, she's here just, giving value to us. Okay, so sorry if you guys can see someone passing a bicycle through. Next up, we have our next speaker. And before I introduce our next speaker, just a quick one, right? If any of you guys want to connect with any of the experts, just head on to spendlessacademy.com, because we have all our experts over there. All you need to do is you just need to search in the search bar under there's actually a search section. You can search our experts up, their names, and all their links to their LinkedIn or their Instagram or their website will be there. Okay, so head on to spendlessacademy.com, which is basically where you signed up for this summit. All right, so we are down to our last speaker before the lunch break. But of course, there'll be more amazing speakers after the lunch break. So today, for this last speaker before the lunch break, it would be on the topic of burnout to bliss. 3 reasons for burnout and 1 step to breakthrough. Okay, so I think this is extremely relevant for everyone. Okay, why I say so? When you're working at home, right? And right now I'm also working in my home office. Sometimes the boundaries of work and rest gets like blurred out. all right? And then we get overworked. Honestly, right now I'm extremely overworked. When I woke up today, I felt that my eyes was a little bit puffy and my skin was acting up. So I will need your help, Wanda. Okay, so I'll be just sharing a little bit about Wandalyn. Okay, Wanda for short. She's actually an executive career and burnout coach, right? And after suffering from multiple burnouts in her 20 plus year career, and also having a quarter life crisis at 2014. Okay, if you relate to that, please put that in the comment section below. Anybody here having a quarter life crisis? So Wandalyn has actually committed to helping others find more joy and meaning in their personal and professional life. She's very known for her NLP tools, neuro-linguistic programming tools, and accelerated learning techniques that help participants achieve quick results, learn faster, and remember more. So today we have Wandalyn here, and she will be sharing with us how to go from burnout to bliss. So get your notebooks ready, and I want to do a virtual welcome to career coach Wanda.
How are you? Is my sound clear?
Your sound is really clear. Okay,
Thank
and
you.
I'll let you share your slides as well. I'll add you in. Okay.
Okay. I
If
shared
you
it already.
Yes,
Is it
I'm
seen
gonna
now?
edit it right now.
Thank you. My question to those who are listening, are you tired? Are you stressed? Are you burned out? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are on the right webinar. My name is Wandalyn Tan-Calupig, and my topic is about burnout to bliss, 3 reasons for burnout and 1 step to breakthrough. I'll tell you more story about myself, but burnout is really the theme of my career. As Ray said, after suffering from multiple burnout and quarter life crisis, I've put on a mission to really help others move from burnout to bliss. Can I tell quickly more about myself? I left my audit manager job in Dubai in 2016 because of burnout. At the peak of my career, when I have everything I've dreamed and wished for, a family, an audit manager job, a 6-digit salary in my home country, I experienced burnout and I dropped it all. And what did I do? I reinvented my career to align with my sole purpose and family's need. So for the span of 4 years, I have shifted from becoming an audit manager, an Amazon author, an international speaker, because this is where I found so much love and joy, a life coach, a career and burnout coach, because I really wanted to save others from the pain I have been through, a CEO of my own company called Tan Training and Consultancy, and I've also rejoined corporate last year as senior auditor. In life, what I realized, you can do and be anything that you really want to be, and nobody can stop you. So if you're experiencing burnout now, I know this burnout can help you move forward and have a blissful life. And I am also the founder of Working Moms Academy. It is an education and platform, a community for moms struggling with stress and burnout. You know, when I was going through burnout, it was really affecting my relationship with my husband, my relationship with my kids, my work, and many things. So I really put on this really mission to help other working mothers, because I know as the emotional center of the family, how much a mom can really disempower or empower and bring the family to a different level. And of course, I would like to thank you very much for those who are watching me live, and for those who are going to watch the replay. Let me thank you in my way of giving you my free ebook. See, after experiencing burnout, I was inspired to write a book. How can I really, because it was a question for me then, because the study said that more than 80% of employees are unhappy with their job and unhappy with their life. So that led me to really finding what is really the meaning of life, what gives you happiness. And after attending a lot of training, after doing a lot of coaching, I was able to really find how to find happiness in very simple terms. And that is one of my books in Amazon called Happiness Guide. It can really help you find instant happiness every day through the simple exercises. If you want to have a copy of this book, please email me now, workingmomsacademy@gmail.com. I would be more than happy to share with you, what are these simple happiness guide that can help you become happier now and always. Let's talk about burnout now. What is really burnout? Because a lot of people now, after this 7 months, 8 months of what we've gone through, of this disruptive crisis, right? Everybody is on the brink of burnout or experiencing burnout. Let us just understand what's the terminology that is being used. According to Google, of course, what is burnout? It is a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. See, when I was experiencing burnout, initially I was just, tired and demotivated at work, but at some point it was affecting my sleep. I had sleeping problems, and worst, it was affecting my health. I was always sick for no reason. And I've always loved my job, but dragging myself to office to go to work and being sick is something that I'm not comfortable with. But as I explained here, burnout is about stress, prolonged and excessive stress. And today we'll discuss more. What are the three other reasons, right? Why do people get burnout? Because if you really want to move out from burnout, it is for you to have that understanding. Where is that burnout coming from? What is the other definition? It occurs when you're feeling overwhelmed, emotionally drained, and unable to meet constant demands. Well, when I was experiencing burnout, at some point, I just want to stop the world from going, and I just want to freeze and, just have the silence that I wanted. And you see, as the person is pictured, right, you're just tired, you just cannot take it anymore. If you're already in that stage, you are not alone. A lot of people now are really suffering. And let us go and talk. What the best way, I think, to discuss burnout and its reasons is also to talk about the myth. Number one, what's the myth? They said burnout happens when you hate your job. Well, what is the reality here? It is not really about you hating or loving your job. According to study, you can love your job at the beginning, but at some point you experience burnout. The reality is that it's too much work that leads to stress and burnout. Let me explain in my own situation. I've have that job in Emirates Airline. I was there for 10 years. I love my job very much, and it enables me to travel the world, meet a lot of people, meet a lot of personalities and, different nationalities. And I was extremely excited learning and jumping from one audit to another because this is how I understand the business, doing auditing. But at some point, I was really dragging myself to work. And it was very difficult for me at that time because I was questioning myself, why do I have to drag myself to work? Why am I demotivated when I've always loved my job? And the truth, there was so much work that time that I have no more time to things that matter to me. I was having two kids. During that time when I was experiencing burnout, they were only 2 and 4 years old. And you can imagine managing a career and two young kids is really one of the most challenging experience. I know every working mom will agree. So at that point, I was leaving to work. What does that mean? My work, my schedule, everything was really, my family interaction is limited because of the work that I have to deal with. And that is why I suffered from burnout. Today, I want to ask you, are you living to work or do you work to live? Because when I experienced burnout and I left my job, it made me realize I have the option to also live, to also work. I mean, in a way that will rotate and give me the priority and the time I need with my kids. So ask yourself this question: do you live to work or do you work to live? Because that's very important. Myth number 2, burnout happens to employees only. Well, what I've also experienced, lack of work is one of the reasons of burnout. Let us be realistic. Millions of people have lost their jobs in the recent months, and millions of people are really at the brink of losing their job because of what is happening now. And I get a lot of this message, can you help me find a job? And one of my clients came to me and she was really frustrated. She's like, I'm so frustrated. I'm so burnt out already. I've been looking for a job, but I had no luck. But thankfully, after our coaching, she was able to find a job in 2 months. And that is only one coaching session. And what just I want to tell you here, it is not really about employees also. Actually, there's more burnout for people who don't have a job. Why? The unemployed have so much stress levels. Why? They have a family to feed. They have finances, that they need really support. And, as humans, we attach our identity to our job. And the moment we have lost our identity, the moment we have lost our job, you also lost the meaning of what you really do and what you really are. And I've seen a lot of people really in that burnout stress loop because of, they are really finding it difficult to find a job. If you're one of those persons, let me break down further. And when we have time, I'll give you very simple tips. How can you land that job in 6 months or less? And watch out for my 1-minute career advice. Just use that hashtag and you can watch those links on LinkedIn where I give simple tips so you can land the job in 6 months or less. Myth number 3, burnout happens when you're in a job for a long time. They said just because you're in a job for a long time, that's why you're experiencing burnout already. Well, that is another myth. One of the things I've also receiving lately in LinkedIn, a lot of people sending me message, can you please help me, ma'am? I am experiencing burnout and I am unhappy with my job. And what's the reality there? People experience burnout because of the lack of meaning in their job. If you lack meaning in what you do, you just go to work for what purpose? For the purpose of earning. But if there's no meaning, your productivity will be low, your motivation will be very low. So it is important to find the meaning in what you do and why you do what you do. So it is very important. Why? If you remember Maslow's hierarchy of needs, acceptance, self-esteem, meaning, those are the hierarchy of needs. We humans need to know the meaning of what we do because that is when we become most productive, when we are clear with why and what, right? So I want to ask you this question. Why do you have a job? Do you find meaning in what you do? If you don't, I also want to remind you, there's nothing stopping you. See, I'm here before you today because I find so much meaning in sharing my story to others because it's really difficult to go to that burnout stage. But also, I want to remind you, you have every power in your hand to move to bliss. And let's move to that. What is the one step to breakthrough? So we've already talked. What are the 3 reasons for burnout, right? It's too much work, lack of work, or the lack of meaning in what you do. But there is one step to breakthrough. And this is the first step that helped me really reinvent my career, move forward, and help a lot of people also find a job of their dreams. What does acceptance mean? For me, acceptance means number 1, accepting your thoughts, feelings, and emotions without judgment whether it is right or wrong. When I was experiencing burnout in 2014, I was suppressing my emotion. I cannot even speak to my husband or to my colleague or to my mom or to my family and friends because I have the dream life and the dream job everybody wanted. I cannot even speak about the pain that I'm feeling because even I myself had conviction of why am I feeling this burnout or why am I feeling this way towards my job. But what I also learned, suppression leads to depression. At some point, I was really unhappy and empty for so many reasons. But the moment I took up and accepted these emotions without judgment, whether it is right or wrong, but asking my emotion, what is this emotion telling you to do? This is the question I want you to ask yourself. If you're experiencing burnout now, ask yourself, what is this emotion telling you to do? Because for me, my emotion that time led me to use my voice and my experience, not for myself, but for the benefit of others. And when I started doing that, like doing training, coaching people, that is where really I found the meaning. And I was able to move out from burnout by accepting those feelings and using those feelings to be of service to others. Next, what did I accept? I accepted 100% responsibility of my life. Maybe you're thinking, really? Well, I used to be that victim of every situation. I blame my boss, I blame my husband, I blame my kids why I'm having burnout. But the truth, I want to tell you, you will have the power once you realize you have every control of anything and everything that happens to your life. When I started to think of how can I let this happen to me and what can I do to move forward? When I started to have that clear picture of let me become the CEO of my life and how do I want to move from here? That is how I was able to reinvent my career. After leaving corporate in 2016, I realized I really wanted to use my voice to inspire and empower others. So that is how I was able to write books, how I was able to become an international speaker, how I was able to start my own training and consultancy company, which is something that sparked so much joy within. And also, I had to move back to corporate last year because of some earthquake and attempted robbery that happened in our whole country. Initially, it was so frustrating for me. I was managing my business, but I had to go back to corporate. But also, that was a blessing in disguise. Why? When I took 100% responsibility of my life, I realized no earthquake or no robber, no attempted robbery, or not any situation can stop me from doing what I want to do. And last year, I was able to bounce back to corporate and find a job in 8 days. And these are, tips and tools. The moment you accept what is happening now and just keep on moving forward, that is also how you will progress and move from burnout to bliss. What else? You have to accept that you cannot control any person or situation except your responses to them. I gave you that example, right? I was managing my business, but I had to go back to corporate. Initially, I was like, God, why do I have to go back to corporate when I already have this training and consulting job that I love so much? But then I just surrendered and accepted I cannot control the earthquake and the robbery, and I decided to leave back my home country and move back to Dubai again because I've been here for 10 years. So I was like, this is like second home for me. But as I reflect, fast forward to today, I am so much thankful I'm here in Dubai because the way they're dealing with the crisis is very much positive, and I'm very much comfortable that, my family is safe and protected. And, at some point in time, burnout doesn't mean anything or it doesn't make sense. But what I also want to tell you from my experience, when you start to accept that it is happening, when you start to accept that you have the power to change it and to use it for your purpose, and when you also accept that you can respond positively to any situation, that is when things will be different in your life. My favorite quote said, life is 10% of 10% of what's happening and 90% of how you respond to it. I always remember this formula, and I hope you have that notebook and you write it down. Think of the events in your life and think of how can you respond positively to that situation, because I guarantee you, any negative person or situation, if you respond positively to it, you will always have a positive response. So what's the one step to break to? It's a 6-letter word, accept. ACCEPT. Accept your thoughts, feelings, and emotions. No judgment. Your emotions are perfect for you. Second, you have to take full responsibility of your life because nobody can do you and help you except you. And of course, accept that you have no control about any person or situation, but you have full control of how you respond to it, and that is how it can change you. Okay, I am almost at the end of my talk. I hope I have some more time to get some Q&A, but I want to personally invite you. If you are in that thing, you're in the stage of your life, you're like asking, what am I really meant to do? Then I'll be more than happy to help you. I have this purpose-driven career workshop with Spendless Academy. It's called Purpose-Driven Career. What am I meant to do? See, I've jumped from audit manager to speaking to coaching, and it took me a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of energy to find what's really the one for me. I would like to personally guide you and help you find the career that will help you have a blissful, meaningful life every day. And I have a very special offer only. So it is $199 for the online workshop, but you can only get it for $111. And if you need further coaching in terms of your career, please check and just book my time in Spendless Academy, Wandalyn, Tan-Calupig. And I only have few, I think it's only an hour of some days. I cannot help everybody, but I can help somebody who are ready. So if you're ready to find what's the right career for you, how can you land a job in the next 2 months? I want to reassure you, the moment you are clear of what you want also, then it will come and find you. If this is for you, I look forward to having you. Again, for those who just joined or who is just watching, I want to thank you again, and I will accept any question and answer. But I want to give you this gift again, Happiness Guide, 13 simple and proven exercises to help you find happiness from within. Other than acceptance, there are many, many ways for you to find meaning every day. And I hope my book can help you. So email workingmomsacademy@gmail.com and I'll be more than happy to share with you. This is the end of my talk. I hope this is very useful to you. If you do have any questions, feel free to email or to send me a message on LinkedIn, and also connect with me on Spendless Academy. Watch out for my upcoming webinars. I do a lot of webinars on burnout, on career reinvention as well. And with that, I would like to thank you very much, and I wish you all a great day. Ray, are there any questions for me?
Okay, thank you so much, Wandalyn. Oh my goodness, like that was power packed, and you made me realize that, because I had this question as well. Sometimes I'm so tired that I just wish that I can just have a break. But then I will ask myself, does it mean that I don't like what I do? But I realized that it may not be the case. So one thing you mentioned, it may not be the case that you don't like your job, but you're just so burnt out that you need a break. And thanks for that reminder. I think I need a break. It's been a long time since I had nothing on my mind, to be honest. I've always just thinking. So we'll just have time for one quick question. Okay. So okay, great. So Faisal actually asked that, you talked about accepting your thoughts, feelings and emotions without judgment, but how can you really do this? Because it's very easy to just place judgment on our thoughts. Like, for you, who you had to be, you had to move back to Dubai, right? Because of the earthquake. And immediately you'll be like, oh, why? But what are the steps that you took to actually, be okay with that and accept that feeling and emotion before you have a clear head to move forward?
Okay. That's a good question. Thank you, Faisal, for asking. But before I answer Faisal's question, Ray, if you're feeling burnout already, also ask just one question to yourself. What can I do now to become happier? It's very simple question. What can I do now to become happier? Maybe it's just, walking, or maybe having your favorite drink, or calling a person. So, one question can be a lifesaver. But, it's also declutter, right? We have so many things we want to do, but asking yourself that one question and doing that frees you up so much. So ask yourself, what can you do to become happier? What can you do now during the lunch break that can help you become happier? Then when you come back later, you'll have so much energy already, right?
Just as when I started this virtual summit, my sister actually was baking yesterday. So she has cheesecake in the fridge. That's going to make me happier later.
See? So it's very simple. A lot of people think it's very complex, but really life is meant to be simple. So it means to you just eating a cheesecake, right? Sometimes for me, it's just calling a friend or writing down. This is what I want to share to Faisal. Accepting your thoughts and emotions without judgment. One of the ways that I always do is journaling. Ray, we have about, research says we had about 300 to 1,000 thoughts per minute. That's why we just can't stop thinking because we have so much thoughts. But the moment you start writing, it drop downs from 80 to 100. And how can you use journaling? First, when you start writing, it slows down your brain. It helps you acknowledge what is happening. For me, when every morning, it's actually a tool that a lot of people are using. They said I think they call it morning dump. So as soon as I wake up, I just grab a paper, just put all my emotions. Today I am feeling sad for blah, 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 whatever. And then you also have the power to, that dump of your emotion is already a release. Your mind just always wants to protect you and it just wants to tell you something. The moment you start writing, I assure you, your mind will quiet down a little. And how can you also use that moment, right? You start asking yourself those questions as you journal. I am having this feeling. Then ask yourself empowering questions like, how can I be happier now? Or how do I move forward from here? And also, there's something called writing your story. One of the things that a lot of people are doing also is first you write your story, right, of what's happening. You have the power to rewrite your story. One of the coaching tools is, you rewrite the story. How do you want your story to end? And I've always used that. I mean, even in my examinations when I do something for certifications, I write of what I want to happen. So if you want to create a twist of your story, you can first write of these are my emotions, blah, blah, blah. Second, you can write about, I am very happy. The future that you envision, I'm very happy because I was able to, if you're finding a job, you can say, I'm very happy because I was able to find a job and find the people who can help me. The moment you start acknowledging also and start rewriting your story the way you wanted it. I've always written my future in terms of the present. That's another powerful tool. Your mind really doesn't know what's past, present, and future. That's why nightmare still scares you, right? And the future scares you a lot because your mind doesn't know it's still in the future. But you can also use that future and that tool in your mind to they always call it visualization, but that's another tool. And the moment you put those visualization and writing in it's gonna be a power pack tool for you to digest your emotion and visualize the future that you wanted. That is how I always progress. So, Faisal, I hope that answers your question. For me, I always just write it down. And I surrender. I'm not letting go of this. Sometimes I even get I always have small papers with me. Sometimes you're upset, right? But you don't know why. Sometimes it's your family members. I mean, if you share the whole house with other family members, they have emotions that you absorb automatically. Like if my children are upset automatically, what's gonna happen. So I always have a paper with me. I always also write, I am feeling upset today and I'm letting go of this emotion now. Then I tear the paper. It's like dito. I mean, we eat, then we have to let it out. All emotions need to let out. You let go because that is when you're able to feel and you feel lighter. Your loads really become lesser and lighter. I hope that's useful, Faisal.
Oh my goodness, I think that's a great point. It's extremely actionable because we have paper at home. You have definitely a lot of notebooks at home you can just transform into a journal. And sometimes the thoughts that lives in our mind, if we put it in front onto a journal, if we actually see it in front of us, whether it's negative or positive thoughts. So thank you so much for that point. I think that really sums up that question. Actually, we have other questions inside, but we are running out of time. So I really encourage all of you to connect with Wanda. Okay, so you can head on to spendlessacademy.com. She has all her links there. So if you just search under experts Wandalyn, okay, we only have one Wandalyn, then you can see her LinkedIn will actually be linked up there, or you can just find her on LinkedIn as well. All right, so any of the materials that she talked about, I'm sure that is already we will be probably putting it in the comment section below. But otherwise, if you have any questions, just head on to spendlessacademy.com or our Instagram to ask, and we'll connect you with Wanda right away. Okay, thank you so much, Wandalyn. I always learn so much from you. Like honestly, like, this is the second time I meet you, but every time I meet you, I feel like I learn something new. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. You wanted to say something. Say it again.
No, I'm saying have a great break, everybody. I hope you do something in this 1 hour break to make you happier. A cheesecake for Ray. I think a coffee for me. I just woke up. But I would like to thank you again for having me. Thank you. And I hope you join the other webinars because these are also very meaningful and useful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wanda. Have a nice lunch too. And your coffee.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Okay, let me remove this first. Wow. That was phenomenal, right? So if you liked it, tell us in the comment section below, please. Okay, you can see many people saying, thank you, Wenda, for an awesome and insightful talk. Everyone is saying thank you. So we're having a lunch break. As Wenda said, go and have your lunch, do something that you love just for 30 minutes and come back by 12:40, please, because we have a very power-packed session as well as a panel discussion as well. And our next speaker is on at 12:45, so you want to be early, come here at 12:40, okay? And that's it. Okay, I'll see you guys back at 12:40 p.m. Bye. And we're back. Okay, I can see that people are back. If you're here back from lunch, tell us in the comment section below. If you are with us before the lunch break, you will know that we had a huge lineup of speakers. They were amazing, and I can't wait for the next couple of speakers as well as the panel discussion later. So I've had my cheesecake, so I'm happy. I followed Wenda's advice and did something that made me happy, which is to eat the cheesecake in the fridge. So I'm very, very happy right now and very ready to start the next half of today's conference. For anybody that just came in, my name is Ray and I'll be your MC for the rest of today and tomorrow as well. Welcome to Spendless Academy Virtual Summit Day 1. This summit is honestly super cool because we have experts from all over the world and we're also streaming to you live in anywhere you are. And we have had people, I saw the comment section earlier in the morning. We have people from India, we're Singapore, we're Malaysia, so many people from all over the world. So if you're here, if you just came in, do tell us in the comment section below. I would love to see where you're from, okay? So just say hi and which country you're from. Great. So right now we have our next speaker coming up. And the topic for today is get unstuck in life. Okay, so the next speaker will be talking about how you can get unstuck in life. He is Masood Ali. He is a speaker and a trainer, and also the founder of Empowering All. His mission is to help individuals maximize their potential through motivational keynotes, customer service, and public speaking training. He's also the recipient of the Global Training and Leadership Award, Medal of 3 November Maldives, and National Award of Winning Formal TV Talk Show Host, and member of the Les Brown Maximum Achievement Team. So he has so much experience under his belt, and his passion is really to motivate and speak life into people. So today, Masood Ali will be telling us or sharing with us how we can get unstuck in life. So a virtual applause, please, for Masood.
Let's begin. If you can hear me, maybe you can type yes, yes. Can you hear me? I just want to make sure that everybody hears me properly. I'm guessing you can hear me properly and you can see me as well. Can I assume that that's happening? Maybe one
Yes,
of the
we can hear
participants
you.
just,
We can hear you.
tell me that if you can hear me and if you can see me well. Where can you confirm if that is the case?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. My name is Masood. I'm from the Maldives. I'm sure some of the participants in this area will know me in Asia, where Maldives is. So if you are ready, we are going to start. I've been in this business for since 2012. Prior to that, I was a TV talk show host for almost 20 years. So there's basically a brief introduction of myself. And my name is Masood Ali, and people normally call me Masood. Let's begin. Now, first of all, I would like to mention that my topic is get unstuck in life. So what is this being stuck? This, I think, the first question we have to ask. Now, when you feel stuck in your career, whether or in life, you know that you get really frustrated, and it creates a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety as well. And you believe you have no way out, you cannot change your life, and you go in circles. And I'm sure some of the participants can resonate this. That happens to you, or maybe people you know, they want to do something in life that doesn't seem to be happening. And what happens ultimately is you settle for average, living an unfulfilled life and pushing away all your dreams and all your goals. And it's a sad place to be in. You will agree with me. It's a sad place to be in. You know, when you feel that you are stuck, when you believe that you are stuck, there's no way out. Especially I'm talking today about your career, but these ideas and the concepts that I'm sharing with you, you can always apply to other areas of your life as well. But here's the thing. Now, the ideas and the concepts that when I share with you today, some of the ideas may be new, some of the ideas may not be new. Just because they are not new, don't underestimate the impact of it, because sometimes you might have to hear over and over again to create an impact on something that you have heard many times in life. But some of the ideas may be foreign to you, things that you don't believe as true. So when this happens, you know very well what happens to your mind. Your mind kicks in and it says, nah, don't believe that. Masood is not saying the right thing. So this is not what I believe. It won't work in my life. So my request to you is not just to believe what I say. That's not my request. It's up to you. But I have a humble request. My humble request is don't reject it. Just entertain. Consider the information with an open mind and see what happens to your life. If it is good, that's good. If it is not good, just forget about it. So listen with an open mind. I think it's Aristotle once said, it is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. So just entertain, consider this information with an open mind. Is that a fair request? I guess it's a fair request. So here's the one of the reasons why people get stuck in life. The first one is lack of self-awareness. In other words, you don't know who you are. I repeat, lack of self-awareness. You don't know who you are, and you don't want to find out who you are. So that's one reason people get stuck in life. When you don't know who you are, you don't know your potentials. When you don't know who you are, you don't know your strengths. When you don't know who you are not sure of what you are capable of. And it's tough to make decisions that enable you to maximize your potential because you don't know your true potential. And this results in setting average goals. This results in living a life to the expectations of others. And even if you set a goal, you will set an average one, low one. Les Brown says very well, he says, people fail in life not because they aim too high, but they aim too low and they hit. And many people do that. I was talking in Maldives sometimes back, and at the end of the seminar, there was a gentleman of age around 35, and I asked him, what is his biggest dream in his life? What do you want to achieve in life? You know what he told me? He said, Masood, I want to get a push bike. People from Singapore, from Malaysia, and India, I'm sure you know what a push bike is. I don't know what's the cost down there, but in Maldives it's less than $100. And he said that's his biggest dream. So after the event, I met him personally. I said, Ali, are you sure that that's your biggest dream, that you want to have a push bike in your life? You know what he told me? He said, there are many things that I want in life, but I don't think I can get it. I don't think it's possible for me. That's why a push bike is something, definitely I'll get it. That's why I am aiming for. So people, don't know what they are capable of. So that's the biggest mistake why people get stuck in life. I believe you have some basic goodness in you, which is the foundation for your success. And you have to tap into these potentials. You can achieve so much more, even if you have achieved so much in your life, regardless whether you have achieved so much in your life, there's still a lot you can achieve in life. What I want you to realize is don't confuse your current achievement with the potential that you have. You can achieve so much more. So that's the first thing, that you get stuck in life because you don't know who you are and you don't want to find out who you are. There are other reasons why people get stuck in life, because we have 25 minutes, so I can't share every concept, every ideas, but here are a few other things why people get stuck in life. These are some dysfunctional beliefs that you have. Beliefs that are not true. Beliefs that are false. But we believe them as true. And we don't question these beliefs, and we live our life according to them. I repeat, there are some dysfunctional beliefs that we hold as true. These are false beliefs. These are not true. but you believe them as true, and you don't want to question them, and you live your life according to them. And I'll share with you some dysfunctional beliefs. When I say dysfunctional beliefs or beliefs that are not true, you know this in your life that you have had some beliefs in the past, but at some point in time, you believe them as true, but later you realize with other the informations that you acquired, that these are not true. For example, there was a time people believed that the earth was flat, and now you know the earth is not flat. People believe lightning never strikes the same place twice. I think there are some people still who believe that lightning never strikes the same place twice, but you know that's not true. Lightning can and will strike the same place, not twice, not even thrice, even more. It was right. There was a time people believed that a person cannot run a mile in less than 4 minutes, but now you know that it's not true. You can run a mile in less than 4 minutes. When Roger Bannister in 1954 ran a mile in less than 44 seconds, 4 minutes, people started believing. Prior to that, people thought that you can run a mile, in less than 4 minutes. Just because you have a belief, it doesn't make it true. You have to question them and challenge them. So here are some few things that you can challenge to get unstuck in life. I'm sure you're familiar with some of them. I'm not going to share, as I said at the very start, also everything, but few things that I think that are very important. Now, here's the one. Here's one. Listen, be careful, be ready, and take notes. I'm sure I heard this mentioned by one of the other speakers before also. It's too late. Are you familiar with this? It's too late. You're 20. It's too late. You're 25. Too late to do that. You're 35. It's too late to do that. You're 40. Too late. Who said this? It's a crazy idea. Believe me. It's never too late to do anything that you want to do in your life. It's never too late to have another dream in your life. If somebody tells you, don't accept it. Don't believe it. It's a misconception that it's never too late. You are here. You are wherever you are. From where you are, you can always start having a new life, start having a new dream, and start working towards it. I'll give you a few examples. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with some of these names. Susan Boyle. Now, this lady appeared on British Got Talent and became a big success. And you know what? She was 48 years old. Susan Boyle. I think she became the runner-up in British Got Talent, but she's a big star now. And when she turned around her life, she was 48. It's never too late. Samuel Jackson, Hollywood famous actor, Samuel Jackson. You know what? He's a big success. He became a big success when he was 43 years old. And there's a guy called Harrison Ford, another Hollywood famous actor. He landed a role in Star Wars film when he was 35. So he became a success when he was 35. Colonel Sanders, you know him, the founder of KFC. He was 62 years old when he became a big success. Henry Ford, the founder of Ford Motor Companies. You know what age he found Ford Motor Company? When he was 40 years old. So it's never too late. If somebody tells you it's too late, don't believe. Because of this misconception, because of this false belief, because of this dysfunctional belief, many people get stuck in a rut all their life. I'll give you my example. Now, I come from a very humble background, and I finished my secondary education, and then I started working. And I never turned back. I got married. I had children, but I have always been a avid reader. I attend a lot of seminars. I read a lot of books, but I never studied further. But it was when I was 35 that I made a decision. The decision was that I want to do my master's. But now I am a married man. I am in my late 30s. I have 2 kids. Too late? No. I did my diploma when I was 40 years old, and you can imagine when I did my master's, I was over 40 years old. It's never too late. Now you can't tell me that I don't have my master's. Never mind, I did it after I was 40 years. I'm sure there are participants here who would have completed their first degree and masters when they are in their 20s or early 30s at least. So it's never too late. The only time you are late is when you are dead. So if somebody tells you it's too late, don't believe. It's one of the dysfunctional beliefs that get you really stuck in your life. Now, this is another interesting one that people have. You know what happens is people tell you when you want to start a career, when you want to do something, be the best version of yourself. Now, I want you to listen to me carefully. I always believe whatever you do, you have to do at your best. So don't take me wrong. You have to do at your best. But when you are told be the best version of yourself when starting a career or when changing a career, what they are trying to tell you is you have to select something that you can really do your best. In other words, you are being told there's only one thing that you can do in your life. So you have to select that. So that creates a lot of stress and frustration because you don't know what is the thing that you can really do at your best. And this means that there's only one thing that you can do in life. Wrong concept. Believe me, you can do in your life more than one thing. Simultaneously or at different times of your life, you can do more than one thing and be good at that. Give you an example. Leza is a good example. She's doing more than one thing even now as it is in her life. I'll give you a few other examples to impress your mind. You know Zinedine Zidane, the famous soccer player. You know, he was one of the best footballers we have ever seen in the world. But now he's a successful coach. Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know, when he was in 20s, he was a bodybuilder. When in 30s, he was a famous Hollywood actor. And later, in 2003, he became the governor of California. And you know The Rock, you know the guy, Hollywood actor. Now, when he was young, he was a wrestler, a champion, and now he's a Hollywood actor. So that means that you can do more than one thing in your life, not just a single thing. Maybe you can do simultaneously, maybe at different times of your life. So if somebody tells you select the best thing, it gets really frustrated. You get really stressed out because you don't know which one to select. So try something that you love and go ahead with your life. Now, in my life, I have done TV for 20 years and I stopped as a TV presenter, and now I'm doing this. While I'm doing this, I'm also a full-time customer service professional. So now, if you ask me the question, Masood, was your TV career the best or your speaking career the best? I'll say it's a wrong question to ask me. When I was young, when I was doing TV work, that was the best career and I loved it and I enjoyed it. But now I love this, I enjoy this, and this is now what I want to do in my life. So this is the second dysfunctional belief. Now here's another interesting one. The third one. It's a question for you as well. Just think about this. Does your degree really determines your career path? How many people believe that your degree determines your career path? But this is not the reality. In an ideal world, you spend around 4 years in university studying for a degree, using your degree, you would find a related job, and you go ahead with your life. That's the ideal world. But you know very well it doesn't happen in real life. Now you ask your friends and people you know whether I'm telling you the truth. Your degree doesn't determine your career. For example, in US, 32% of college graduates say they had never worked in a field related to their major. And again, in the US, within 10 years of graduation, 80% people work outside their major. So what does that mean? What it means is your degree doesn't determine your career path. If you're happy, you do a psychology, You do psychology and you are happy being a psychologist and you get a job and you get paid, fine, good, go ahead in your life. But just because you did psychology, and if you're not happy with being a psychologist, nothing stops you from changing your career. You can become if you want, entertainer, you can become a speaker, you can become a manager or whatever. So so my point is not this. You study business and you can become a heart surgeon. It's not what I'm trying to say. But there are fields that you can always, divert if you're not happy with what you are doing. Just because you studied something, it doesn't mean that you got to be stuck there if you're not happy with what you are doing. You can always change. You can always change. You're not a tree. So these are three dysfunctional beliefs that I want to share with you that really makes you stuck in your life, that you have to really consider with an open mind, see whether it have a positive impact in your life. There are a few other things that I want to share. I think I got 25 minutes and 10 minutes is left. If you want to change your life and if you get really stuck in your life, here's another thing that you have to really consider. Many people say an average person has around 60 to 70,000 thoughts a day. According to National Science Foundation, an average person has around about 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts per day. And out of which, interestingly, 90%, 95% are repetitive. Means what you thought yesterday, you are thinking even today. So you can imagine what I'm trying to say. Now, 95% are repetitive and 80% are negative. So you can imagine how your life will be. If you keep thinking the same thing over and over again, what will happen to your life? Now, if you have same thoughts, you will make same choices. If you make same choices, you will take same actions. If you take same actions, you will create same results and experience. And the same experience means you will feel the same, period. I repeat, if you have same thoughts, you'll make same choices. If you make same choices, you'll take same actions. If you take same actions, you create the same results and experience. And the same results and experience means you will feel the same, period. Your life is not going to change. Now, if you want to change, you have to start thinking how you are thinking now and change your thinking. There's no other way. I repeat, if you want to change your life, if you want to get unstuck in life, you have to start thinking what you are thinking now and change your thinking. Psychologists will tell you, because you have been repeating this over and over again, by mid-30s, your behavior is automatic. 95% what you do is automatic. You even don't know that you are doing it. You have the same thoughts, you have the same feelings, you have the same beliefs, you have the same perception, you have the same actions, and everything is memorized. You don't know even you are doing. So if you want to change, you have to start thinking what you are thinking and change what you are thinking. And to do that, goal setting becomes very important. Because when you wake up in the early morning, there should be something that you want to achieve in your life, a goal, a vision, a dream, which has not materialized now. Now, if you don't have this, what happens is you start thinking from the past, what you have memorized, and you keep, repeating the same thing over and over again. So that's why goal setting becomes so important. So when you have a goal, when you have a dream, when you have a vision of a future, when you wake up early in the morning, you start thinking about that dream, that goal, that vision, which is not there as it is. You can't feel it, you can't touch it, you can't see it, but it's there in your mind. And if you keep repeating that in your mind, in your thoughts, in your thinking, you can literally change your brain. That's what neuroscience tells us. By thinking alone, you can really change your brain. And when the situation comes, you are ready to grasp it. You are ready to take actions. There's another interesting thing that happens in your life when you start, when you have a clear goal in your life. Because what happens is when you set a goal in your life, when you set a goal and when you commit to it, what happens is your brain takes a new identity. You have a new identity in your mind, but the new identity doesn't match with the reality. So there's a dissatisfaction in your mind. There's tension in your mind. It's like, when you are hungry, you won't eat. When you are thirsty, you want to have a sip of water. The same way, when you set a goal, you have a different identity, and when it doesn't match with the reality, there's tension. The only way the brain can reduce this tension is by working hard towards achieving your goal. So this is basically what I want to cover today. And the goal setting, I'm planning a goal setting workshop through Spendless Academy in December. This is a 3-hour workshop. If anybody is interested, you can join the workshop that will be announced shortly, I guess, by Spendless Academy. And there are other programs that I do. Mainly, I focus on customer service, public speaking, and personal development. So, with these words, I'll conclude. People get stuck in life because people don't know who they are, lack of self-awareness. They have some dysfunctional beliefs like, your degree determines your career, and there are other things. You have to be the best version of yourself. You can try different things, and there are many other things, that makes people stuck in their life, in the same thought patterns that you have over and over again, and not having clear goals is another reason people get stuck in life. So with these few words, I'll conclude. If you have any question, maybe you can uh, share. So if I have time, I'll answer as many as I can. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks so much, Masood. We are running out of time. But so if you want to actually ask Masood any questions, you can head on to spendlessacademy.com and connect with him as one of our experts. Would that be fine?
Yeah, sure. From
Great.
my side,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right. Thank you so much, Masood. Thanks so much for your sharing. As really, I can see the comment section already going on and people are asking questions. I think anybody in the comment section who is asking any questions, do head on to Spendless Academy and you can connect with Masood and ask the questions directly to him. Okay? Okay. Thank you so much, Masood.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. So we've come to our next speaker before our panel discussion. So the next speaker will be talking about how to measure your performance to increase your profitability. Okay. So the next speaker is a mystery shopping and customer service specialist. Which is such an interesting title. Claire, all right, Claire Boscq-Scott. She is going to be sharing with us all today how to measure your performances and how that will increase your profitability. Okay, so discover how a mystery shopper uncovers hidden secrets and learn how you can improve your service delivery by understanding if your employees will delight your customers or not. So this lady that will be sharing with us, she has so much experience under her belt. She was number 5 customer service under Global Gurus, UK top 10 CX influencer, and she has 3 decades of expertise. So honestly, like, what a great way to a nice ending of our speakers before our panel comes up. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to invite Claire, please. Okay, let's see if Claire is available here. Okay, give us a moment. Meanwhile, do put in the comment section below any questions that you have while she's speaking. Okay, and if you have any sort of comments or if you want to post any of your thoughts, do send them over as well. Okay, so do give us a moment. I'll be back in a bit while I check on our next speaker. Okay, we have our next speaker ready. So without further ado, please invite Klenk.
How would it feel to know what is happening in your organization when you're not there? What if you could have some secret ears and eyes to know how your product and services are sold and your customers are served? Imagine finding a way to improve your employee performance, increase your customer loyalty and profitability. Yes, this is what it's all about. Increasing our profitability by giving exceptional customer experiences. Did you know that 82% of customers will never return to your organization because of poor service? 68% of customers will not return because the perceived indifference from the organization to them. And only 9% of businesses will not return to you because of pricing. Imagine when we hear all those people thinking that, businesses go somewhere else because they are cheaper. Never, not true. 82% is because of customer service and 68% it's because of the perceived indifference of the customers. So let me show you how you can have a thriving business with the help of a mystery shopper. Yes, I am a mystery shopper. No, I won't go shopping and buy clothes for your spouse in secret. But yes, I do get paid to shop, eat in restaurants, get massages, and sleep in beautiful hotels. So it all started 11 years ago. 11 years ago, yes, at the time, I wasn't actually sleeping in hotels. I was managing hotels. And this was a time where on my little island of Jersey, I realized that no one was doing mystery shopping. No one was actually measuring the customer experience. We used to have to fly people from the UK to actually be able to do that measurement in our organization. So I decided to actually set up a business. I remember I grew up in my dad's restaurant. My dad had the restaurant down the south of France. And I remember from about the age of 7, I was always there helping him, carrying plates, and actually anxiously waiting for the Mr. Michelin inspector to come and visit our restaurant. Do you remember the Michelin inspector, the big bubble and white man who used to come in restaurants, and he still does, and give those special stars? This was an intense time, and I always thought I would absolutely love to be a Michelin inspector. Wouldn't it be so cool? Would I know that 30 years later, I would actually be running my own company? So it's been quite a while that I've been doing that now. And I've had so many stories. I've seen the good, I've seen some bad, and I've seen some exceptional stories. So today I just want to, share with you some of those stories. The first one is a good story because I always love talking about the good first, right? It makes you feel good, really, doesn't it? So the good story. My daughter, when I started the business, always used to come with me. She loved being a little mystery shopper. She was only about 6 years old. She had a little pad. She used to write everything on the pad, the people's name, what they were wearing, if they were smiling. She loved it. And we had to go and do a restaurant. So we were approached by a group of restaurants to go and check out their restaurant. So we went, my son, my daughter, and I sent my daughter to the toilet to check out the toilet. 5 minutes gone, nobody comes back. It's about 10 minutes and I start worrying about it. So I get up and I'm just thinking, okay, I'm going to go and check what's happening with her. Now, she arrives running back to me, saying, Mom, you don't know what happened. And I'm like, well, no, I don't know what happened. What happened? I was a bit worried about you. Tell me. You know what? I was in the toilet and suddenly the light went off. There was no more light and I didn't know what I was doing and I couldn't open the doors. Realizing the lights were on sensors, and actually, because she was too small, she couldn't actually reach the sensor. The lights were not turned on until eventually she managed to get her way through to open the door. Once the door opened, the sensor lit it up and she was able to go. We gave some feedback to the restaurant. We, give them all that information. Of course, they changed their sensors, but I also thought, okay, that little girl actually gave us some really good feedback. If we could actually do more for the little people, our little customer experience, we could increase our market in families. And that's what they did. In less than 3 months, they increased 40% their family experience and their family market. So take a look. You can be 6 years old, but you could still be giving some really great feedback. Okay, now the bad. Okay, I know, the bad always sells. That's what people keep telling me. Claire, the bad always says best. And this company, I have to say, this wasn't a mystery shop, but it's a company who keeps doing it the wrong way. And we need to learn. We need to learn lessons from what's, is not done right. And a little company, a little airline called United Airline, about, in 2009, broke a musician's guitar. He broke his guitar, and instead of being very sorry for what he did and replacing the guitar, giving him something in return, they put their hand up and they say, I don't care, it's not a problem. So the musician went on and started a song. Millions, it went viral, absolutely viral. The company had, they were talking about it in social media, on YouTube. It went viral. We talked about this musician getting his guitar broken. And now we use this, terrible story in all our training session. However, this wasn't the end. I'm not sure if you remember, but I'm sure you will. A little story a couple of years ago when United Airlines decided that they were overbooked in their plane and they needed to get somebody out of the plane to put one of their staff in. But actually, it just didn't quite happen like that. They picked up that bloody customer and dragged him out of the plane. The poor man had blood over his face. All he wanted to do was actually go back home. And he was a doctor. He had some patient. He just wanted to go home. Why was he dragged out of the plane the way it was? It was terrible. A few seconds and the video went viral. Absolutely all the channels. $1 billion lost in value. Their share went down. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be the one who's going to be flying a United Airline for quite a while. And if I do, maybe in the back of my mind, I'll be thinking, am I going to be the next one being dragged out of the plane? So one big lesson to learn, never, ever, ever, ever drag your customers out of your organization. Promise me that? Yes? You promise? Good. Okay, and the exceptionals. I do love talking about the exceptionals because positives breed positives. And when you learn how to do things right, when you learn your customer journey and all the touch point that you have within your organization, this is when you're creating exceptional customer experiences. So I would like you to come with me on that mission. Would you like that? Do you want to come with me on that mission? Okay, so close your eyes. Okay, close your eyes and just listen to my voice. We're going to be driving to a little car park. You come out of the car park, and today the mission is to go and get a massage done into that brand new spa. Yes, this is what you need to do. And you're going to need to report on how the whole experience was. So here we go. You start in walking towards the spa, the beautiful window. It looks gorgeous. The name of the company, you're walking through the doors and it smells beautiful. There's perfume wandering around. You know, you could smell things. You can see things. A bit of music outside. You know, it's beautiful. It makes you feel so good. The receptionist welcomes you with a big smile. Hello, how can I help you? She'll just ask you to fill in a few forms. Then she's taking you around and showing you what's happening and where you're going and how, you know, you're going to get your massage done, getting you in a changing room, getting you to the lounge, relaxation lounge. Oh, yes, we're going in the relaxation lounge now. Sitting down, the music is going. It smells lovely. It feels so comfortable. I feel so good. You feel good. I do. It's time for the massage. So we're going in, and then the therapist is going to give you all the details about your massage, what is going to happen. She's asking you if you've got any issues. The bed is warm. You feel good and relaxed. And then she starts your massage, a little bit of head, a little bit of body. Oh, and she talks you through everything. She's such a lovely lady, a lovely voice. The little sound, the music is playing outside. And by the end of the treatment, she's going to tell you all about the oil that she used and how your hair could do with a little bit of this and that. Because you know, if you're using this product, you know, your scalp is going to be so much nicer and your skin is going to feel and smell good. Don't you love it? I love it. Yeah, that's beautiful. Actually, I'm going to buy this and I'm going to buy that as well. And by the time you leave the spa, you've actually spent a good couple of $100 in treatment, in a project. That wasn't supposed to happen. What happened there? So we finish the revisit. You're coming back to your car and it's time to give some feedback to the customers. So the visit is all about being very thorough about, you know, the report, you know, the details that you're giving, the information, the storytelling that you're telling, because the customers needs to feel as if they were in your shoes when they're reading a mystery shopping report, because the more details that they get, the more they'll be able to change, improve, you know, make, you know, and tell their employees about the experience and give them some extra training on what should be done. And actually, with this company, that therapist was so good that they actually used her to train all the other therapists. Their training models started with that particular therapist. You know, the way she treated, the way she built rapport, the way she'd actually managed to sell $200 worth of product when I wasn't supposed to be buying anything. I was a mystery shopper. So look at your whole customer experience. Look at the way you're creating all your touch points from A to Z. What is that touch point that you are creating for your customer experience? What are those moments where your customers are going to feel? They're going to feel so good that they're going to want to recommend you to their friend and family. They will want to come back to you. They will never go anywhere else. They become your advocates. They become your marketers. No longer will you have to spend thousands of dollars in advertising because your customers will be doing the advertising for you. Not only your employees will feel good because you're giving them the right tools. They know what they're supposed to be doing, but your customers will love you and you'll have more of it. Customer loyalty is what every business wants. Increase your customer loyalty by just as 5%, and your profit will increase by up to 75%. Yes, you heard me. So look after your customers, love them, care for them, nurture them. The new ones, of course, but the one that you've got now, your existing customers need some love. We are entering a new era. It is time to evolve into a new phase of higher consciousness where businesses become accountable for their environment, for their people, and for their customers. Are you becoming accountable? Are you taking care of your customers? Are you looking after your employees? This is the key. And I've got a little, I'm not Einstein or anything, but I've created a little figure. It's called HE plus HC equal TB. HE, happy employee, plus HC, happy customers, equal TB, thriving business. This is what we want. So what if you're watching me now and watching all the other speakers and going back into your organization or into your business? If you're a solopreneur, small business, it doesn't matter. What if you go back there and you think, that summit was good. Yeah, Spendless Academy Summit was good, but you know what? I'm just going to continue the way I've always been. Yeah, it's just doesn't really matter. What if you change one thing that you've heard today from any of the speakers, and start acting on it? Start doing something towards your employees and your customers so you can create a more customer-centric business, so you can change yourself, so you can have better relationship with others. You can thrive in yourself. You can thrive in your business. Using mystery shopping and mystery shopper program will actually help you to improve your performances and your profitability. Yes, it does. So if you want to know more stories about how mystery shopping can help you, this is my new little book, which is called The Secret Diary of a Mystery Shopper. It's got lots more stories in it, and it's got a lot more for you to think about. How could that happen in my organization? What is it that I do at this moment in time that I could be improving in my organization today, and I could make my customers and my employees a much happier place to be. So there you are. I appreciate being here today, and on Spendless Academy. It's been amazing. I've been now a trainer on Spendless Academy right from the beginning, since about February or March, when the whole platform has been set up. So I am a trainer on the platform. You can come and do some mystery shopping webinar with me, or you can do some personal coaching as well. So we've got that new coaching program that you could be doing. So looking at your business, how do you attain and retain customers? How do you actually nurture your customers? What are the things that you need to do and look at? Your customer experience, the journey mapping. Those are the kind of things that you can do to attain your customers, your online marketing, offline marketing. You've talked about branding, I'm sure, during this summit. Look at every touch point. When we talk about brand, you are the brand. Every part of it, from the way you dress to the way you speak, to the way you deliver your product or services, has to follow your brand. Brand isn't just a logo, and the logo is the cherry on the top of the cake. Yes, your brand is every step of the way of everything that you're delivering for your customers. So look at, get some help. Now is the time to do it. This pandemic has given us something that we really need to think about, is how we upskill ourselves, how we grow, develop ourselves and our businesses, so we can have thriving businesses, whether it's online or offline. I know offline, some of the businesses at the moment are having a bit of a hard time, but look at the opportunities. Don't get stuck in, this is happening now. Look at everything that is around, and now you can actually jump into those opportunities. And remember, measure, measure, measure to improve your performances and increase your profitability. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you very soon. Bye for now.
Thank you so much, Claire. Wow, I must say that is the most innovative entrance I've ever seen. Even I was surprised. It was a mystery to me, Actually, I was just like, Claire, am I supposed to start now? But I didn't know she wanted to make such a theatrical entrance. If you guys just joined in, please go and watch the replay and find out how extraordinary and theatrical Claire's entrance is. So thank you so much, Claire. As Claire mentioned, she's an expert on Spendless Academy. So if you want to connect with her, just head on to spendlessacademy.com and search Claire's name out. And of course, you'll get to connect with her on LinkedIn, and all the links will be on that page. Okay, so thanks so much, Claire.
See you soon.
Bye. Bye. Awesome. Wow, what a power-packed day. Oh my goodness. I feel like I have elevated my brain just from waking up early. I forgot to mention one thing. Claire is actually in her, I forgot which, she actually woke up at 4:30 a.m. to deliver this amazing value to us. Okay, 4:30 a.m. All right, and she's so bright and awake. And I think this is the amazing thing about today's summit, is that we are really having experts from all over the world and streaming to you guys from all over the world as well, right? Once again, if you just came in, hi, my name is Ray, and I'm so excited to be your MC today and tomorrow as well. Don't forget, we still have tomorrow. Right now, we are coming to the end of our summit already. Right now, we're actually having our panel discussion. Okay, so don't go off yet. We're still having our panel discussion. And this is extremely power-packed because we have 4 experts, okay, all coming into one panel. And we will be talking about the topic of how can we use social media to elevate your business, all right? And of course, if let's say you're not running your own business, this is still relevant to you now, because even if you're searching for a job, whatever it is, I always tell people that you are crafting your personal brand even if you don't want to, okay? How people see you on Instagram, on social media, how you talk, you are already crafting people's image of you in their mind. So that's why, as long as you have a phone, all right, this next panel discussion is extremely relevant to you. So today I'll just be introducing the topic and then going into introducing our panelists for today and asking some questions as well. So if you guys are in the comment section below, feel free to ask any questions. I can see some comments coming in on questions coming in already. Feel free to ask questions right now in the comment section below. During this COVID-19 pandemic, businesses are forced to move online. Meetings are virtual. Even this summit is virtual. Whether you're a freelancer, you're self-employed, or you're an entrepreneur, mastering social media for branding and sales is actually a crucial skill for your business or for you to thrive. So what are some ways to elevate your business brand presence using social media? Okay, so today our panelists would be Jack Wong, Eric Feng, Edward Zia, and Alex Low. So I'll introduce them one by one. Firstly, I'd like to introduce Jack Wong. He's actually an author, international speaker, and founder of the Educate Group. So since 2018, Jack has actually trained 111, I'm pretty sure now it's more. Okay, maybe this is old info already, stage closers who ran their own events online and offline, sharing their message to the global reach. And he's also currently one of the TikTok educational content creators on motivation and entrepreneurship topics. And currently, he helps small business owners optimize their LinkedIn profile so that they are able to increase their exposure, generate more leads, and make more sales. And I have to say that for Jack, he's someone that is really reflective of pivoting during the pandemic because his LinkedIn and his offer really changed. You know, I was looking at him on LinkedIn, and it changed when the COVID-19 struck. So, hi Jack, can you hear me? Oh, you have to unmute.
Unmute, yep.
Hello.
So loud and clear. Thank you, Ray.
Awesome.
Thank you,
So,
the organizer, for
yes,
having me.
no problem. That's Jack.
Yeah.
And we have our next panel speaker, Eric Feng. He is a social selling strategist. Eric went from being an unknown local trainer in Singapore to a celebrated global speaker, all thanks to social media. Prior to COVID-19, Eric travels around the world. His record was 35 countries in a year to teach salespeople and entrepreneurs how to use social media to attract paying customers without running ads. That's the keyword here. He has presence across 8 social media platforms and recently got his verified blue tick on Facebook with a 200K following. Hi, Eric.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone from Spendless Academy. Hi, Ray. Hi,
Hello.
Jack.
A lot of
Hi,
love
Eric.
in your background.
Yes.
Okay, next up we have Edward Zia. He is streaming all the way from Australia, Sydney, New South Wales. He's a marketing mentor, certified practicing marketer, and a master coach. He has been mentoring thousands of winners globally to help them get more clients, win top positions, and become leading personal brands. As a master grade coach, Edward has exceeded the threshold of 10,000 plus personal coaching hours, making him a leader in his field, and he has helped individuals generate millions and millions of dollars, and he's absolutely loving what he does. So thank you so much, Edward, for being here with us. Hi.
Hello. So honored to be with you, Eric, Jack, and Ray, and you beautiful people around the world.
No, wait, we have one more. But I want to first
Ooh.
say that for Edward, right? He is someone that struck an impression of me because when I texted him on LinkedIn, he replied me with a voice message. So I heard his beautiful voice and I was like, ooh, you know, less intimidating talking to a global expert, right?
Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind and too awesome.
And last but definitely not least, we have Alex Lowe. He's a corporate wellness and personal development consultant. He is a consultant and a coach in the fitness, health, and wellness space, as well as a business owner. He is also the co-founder of Kampong Collective, a curated community for community builders across Asia. Having successfully built and maintained communities across Southeast Asia over the years, Alex's focus is to help businesses and organizations harness community as the vehicle to connect and build credibility, trust, and authentic relationships. So, hi, Alex. Hello. You have to unmute yourself. Okay, let me unmute you for you. Okay. Wait, unmute the mic. Okay, I think you have to unmute yourself. Alex.
Okay, good afternoon. Hi, everyone. I must have said that like 5 times. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Oh my goodness. By the way, okay, just want to say thank you all for being here. Honestly, I'm floored because this is an amazing panel discussion, and it's really just reflective of the power of social media, right? How can we be having experts from Australia and of course Singapore here and have people streaming in from India, New Jersey, other places, Malaysia, other areas of the world, and just chatting with each other in the comment section below. This is amazing. Human connection is here, right? Even through the screen. Okay, so perhaps starting off with the first question, a general question to all panelists. And of course, you viewers who are watching, and please just write in the comment section below if you have any of your own answers and perspectives, because we'll love to see it and we'll talk about it as well. A general question, in your professional experience, is leveraging on social media crucial at this point of time? Why or why not? I know this may seem like a very obvious question, but why is social media important at this time? So perhaps I'll start with Jack first.
Well, the answer obviously is a yes. I mean, otherwise I won't be here. The fact that Edward is streaming from Australia and 3 of us from Singapore, and the fact is that in the pandemic we are actually locked down. We couldn't fly to the other countries. Like Eric traveled 35 countries. I used to travel not like him, but I travel quite a lot. But this year, all of us cannot. So having the social media as a leverage platform, to me, is a must. If not now, then when? Short answer. Pass back to you.
Wow, awesome. Let's go with Eric. Do you think social media is important? And is it worth it to spend time on it? Okay, and why I want to bring this up is because sometimes during this pandemic, people think of sales first, right? And sometimes when you when you make content on Instagram or any other platform, it doesn't give you direct results right away. So why should I spend time on social media and create content and all that?
So first of all, I think the most important thing we need to understand is you can have the best products in the world, you can have the best service in the world, but if people do not know that you have the best, then it doesn't matter. So in today's business world, I believe attention is the most important asset. And the battle is no longer in the wallets, it's in the mind. So if you're not able to capture the attention of your dream customers, then even you have the best products, they will not know. And you will lose out to the inferior people, your inferior competitors. So, and if you look at how attention has shifted, right? Attention used to be on television, radio, then television, then billboards, then internet, then Google, and then now it's shifted to social media. So the answer is very simple. If your dream customers are spending a tremendous amount of time on social media, then you need to be on that platform. Now, address the second question. But Eric, social media is a lot of work. I need to create content. I need to do this and that. No, the answer is no. You see, every social media platform celebrates different personalities. So if you are struggling to do well on a social media platform, it's not your fault. It's just that you chose the wrong social media platform. So people who are great with words, LinkedIn celebrates your intellect. But if you're an interesting personality, you're colorful, Instagram welcomes you. But if you're someone that loves storytelling, you're very relational, you want to build network with just people that know you, then Facebook welcomes you. So if we understand the native language of each social media platform, it will be effortless and you will enjoy yourself on the platform.
Wow, lovely, short and sweet, and also just to note that everybody has different personalities. So use a platform that serves you and doesn't cripple you, right? Because there's so many out there. I mean, Eric himself is available on so many different platforms, 8 social media platforms, right?
Because I want to practice, I want to experiment. So we can talk more about the different languages later. But I'm very sure, if there's one takeaway for all of you later, is to make sure you are very certain about which social media platform you have the highest chance of success. Because the strategy on every platform is different.
Awesome. Okay, we'll definitely delve more into that. I have another question that I'd like to pose to Alex and also Edward. So this next general question would be, is leveraging on social media only relevant for businesses or is it also important for individuals? And of course, I want to direct this definitely to both of you because I know that you work with individuals as well. Perhaps I'll start with Edward. I know you have trained so many people, thousands of people on personal branding. So is social media useful and crucial for individuals as well?
Great question. I got to say thank you, everyone, building on your incredible responses. Look, when it comes to social media especially, I say it's actually best for the individual because when you actually use social media for the individual, you can do videos, you can do content, you can get really through that personal brand. And with what I do in my business and our global community, a lot of us are actual individuals. So I work with thousands of people who are individually promoting themselves and their own businesses through LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and more. So I tell you what, I actually think it's better for the personality than it is for the company. So I have that complete reverse viewpoint, which completely supports what you're saying, and I love it.
Awesome. Okay, and I think that, for me as an individual myself, I am using social media. So thanks so much for bringing that point. How you mentioned at the end, sometimes even more useful for an individual as well. So how about Alex? Because I know Alex, he actually is very, very active on LinkedIn. He does his own sort of like live LinkedIn sessions, and he's going to start a podcast as well, right? Because I had a chat with Alex before. Alex, is leveraging on social media important for individuals, and how have you been using it in your life and your business since you just started, incorporating your business as well?
So I just dropped my first podcast yesterday, right? So that's already live on Spotify. It's called Athlete's Grid from Sports to Life. And I'm working on my second podcast, which is Fitness Hustle, Your Dream Career. So, I mean, I want to go back to what Eric said earlier, like which is the platform that resonates best with you and which one you actually feel works best for you. And I'm pretty late in the game, so I've had a Facebook account since, I don't know, 2007, 2005, I can't remember. And Instagram also, that came about when, Instagram came, but I wasn't really very active from a personal branding sort of perspective. It was very personal, right? I'm just posting stuff that I'm doing on my own and nothing really specific. And then when the pandemic hit, and when in Singapore the circuit breaker happened, I started thinking about, hey, what can I do? What are all these things that possibly would be relevant to what I hope to be doing in the near future? And that's where I leveraged on LinkedIn. I was already active on LinkedIn, but not the same way that I have been. So I worked out a simple framework of how I would be posting on a daily basis and what is the content or the sort of content that I will be posting. And I started writing, right? I've always wanted to write and never really had the impetus to, and suddenly it's like, all these things came into my head. I said, hey, I need to put it down, and people want to hear me, so let me just write it. So I've got a Medium account. I write on LinkedIn as well, and people were reading my articles and they were engaged, and I'm like, hey, people actually want to listen. I have a voice, and that's where I suddenly found my voice. So I think at the end of the day, personal, professional, yes, it needs to be as in sync as possible, because that's where you get the authenticity. But you need to find your voice, right? So what is it that you feel passionate about? What is that interest that you have? And identify that platform that you feel best for you to express yourself. And for me, it's through articles. And I realize also it's through podcasts. So I've got a live session called Lost at 40. I started a series called the Community Builder Speak series. And I've got one podcast up and another one coming up. So that's how I see social media. And I think it's important for you to identify which one actually resonates with you and which one you feel the most strongly to be able to represent your voice, because your voice is your personality. And that's what you want people to be knowing, right? And we're talking about global audience here, no longer just centered in Singapore. And yeah, online definitely is the way to go.
Thank you so much, Alex, for that. Actually, what you just said so really resonated with me, because you talked about the fact that there's really a global audience. We no longer not say that the physical stage is not good. I mean, I personally, as a host, I really miss physical stages. But a global stage is your social media, right? Your social media accounts actually is seen globally, and it's so accessible nowadays. Even creating your own podcast. Funnily enough, at 12, I just released my 7th episode of my podcast too. Even I also have a podcast called Thrive with Ray. And the funny thing is, I tried to get into mainstream radio, but I didn't get the opportunity to. So I just went onto Spotify. And that's the amazing thing, is that we can create content even if we're not hired by a media company, etc. We have it in our phones, right? And you can just record it over here. So I think that is the low barriers of entry to go into social media. But okay.
Actually, Ryan, on that one, I was going to say, can I just add to that one?
Please.
Can I jump in and add to that one? That's kind of my story too, because I never got anywhere with traditional media or anything. So I went off and became famous globally doing my own thing. So traditional media wouldn't talk to me, but they'll talk to me now. So love your story, Ray. I'm with you on that one.
Okay, I would love to build on that and ask you this question, because I think many people who are watching in the comments below and people who are tuning in specifically for this section, perhaps they want to create content on Instagram or whatever platforms, YouTube, podcasting, etc. And from a person like me, I'm like, how can I create content that will get me famous, right? For lack of a better word, right? I want to get myself out there. And for all of you, right, you have really started from the bottom and now moving towards the top. Edward, you are pretty much a thought leader on LinkedIn as well. So I'll ask an open question. For someone that just started creating content, meaningful content on the platform they have chosen, what do you think are maybe your top tip, or you can say top 3 tips, such that they can slowly move towards creating content that will get their name out there? And why I'm asking this is because sometimes when you start creating content, you don't know where it's going. You might not get the reads, you might not get the likes, you might not get the engagement. How would I know if my content is really working, right? At the start. Okay, so I would put that to Edward first, and then I'll ask another one of our guest speakers.
No, thank you, everyone. In short, the best thing that I do is when I start sharing content is look at the data, like how many views you're getting, how many likes are you getting, are you getting leads, is your content sticking? You can tell very quickly whether your content's working or not. And also, I try to be as shocking and a little bit controversial as possible, because I find that really, really helps to get through. So there's some of the tricks that I'm right involved in.
Lovely. Okay, so I will then direct the question to Eric. Eric, right, you started from a nobody to now helping people be known, loved, and respected. That's your signature program, right? I did a bit of research, and also because I'm your fan.
Oh, thank you.
So how can we be known, loved, and respected if right now I'm like technically a nobody? Right?
Well, I think the starting point, it's about number one, self-awareness, because you're going to put yourself out there, and the danger is you might try to role model after someone and you end up being at best a copycat. So I think there are two aspects. Number one is going deep into understanding what makes you different from everybody else. I always think that when it comes to branding, it's more important to be different first than to be better. I mean, if you study the original of branding, where it comes from, it's branding cows. It's differentiating your cow with my cows. Back then we exchange cows, right? So branding is all about differentiation. So one exercise I encourage all of you guys to practice is, I'm assuming that you're listening to this for the purpose of business, right? So go talk to your best customers and ask them what makes you different from everybody else. So if you are a coach, what makes you different from other coaches in a business? If you're running an F&B business, what makes your F&B business different and better than everybody else? Pick out key common words that people constantly say about you. And you need to step up and double down on your uniqueness. You see, I think one of the best way to talk about it is, remember last time when we were young, we played this game where we're all blindfolded, and then we all have an animal, right? So I'm a dog, and then maybe you're a cat. And we are supposed to blindfold ourselves and call out the cat sound until we find the rest of the cats. So we need to actually take a step back, not focus on your content, but focusing on who you are, what makes you different. Step into that. Be the most beautiful version of yourself. And guess what? The people who appreciate those qualities in you will be drawn to you. Then you don't have to worry about engagement. Worrying about engagement is like putting the cart ahead of the horse. Don't worry about that. That's just a symptom. Your key problem is you're not clear about who you are, what you stand for, and what makes you different. And when you put it out there, you'll start to see people coming in. That's one aspect.
Thank you so much, Eric. I think that is something that everybody out there needs to start with clarity, because if you are not sure of what your message is, then you'll be pulled by your audience, and you'll just be going according to trends.
Exactly. And trends change, but you're gonna be there forever. So and you feel like a fake. It's like going on a date, going on a date trying to be the best version of yourself, but maybe that's not you. And you might survive date one. Then when you meet the girl again for the second time, you're going to struggle. Same thing with social media. You can try to be a personality. Like, I like Alex, so I want to be more like Alex. But maybe that's not me. And then I will attract followers that like Alex. But actually the truth is, if I reveal the real me, they're not going to like me. It's a vicious cycle.
Putting it on my wall today. Be yourself. It's so
social
cliche,
media is like dating. Quotable quote.
Yeah, social media is like dating. It is, right? It really is. Yeah. Okay, and I want to bring it on to Jack right now, because Jack, extremely young at heart. I mean, you're on TikTok. You're young in age as well. Okay, definitely we're all young. But you're on TikTok right now.
Oh,
I don't even use TikTok, right? So you're really just keeping up with the most popular platforms right now. And you're actually one of the educational content creators on TikTok, right? So I'd like to ask you, right, for many people out there that are perhaps a little bit more senior, okay? And social media to them is like, why do I have to use it, right? They have always been in their, I don't know how to put it, like old school ways, which is good, right? Old is gold, communication face to face. How would you, what's your message to those people out there who don't really want to use social media? They don't like the Zoom meetings, they don't like engaging online, those senior managers or whatnot, but they have to change. What is your message to them?
Well, first of all, the TikTok story was one of my best story of my 51 years life so far. Because a 51-year-old uncle, people talk about TikTok as a dancing platform, entertainment platform. But I just want to relate to what Gary Vaynerchuk said 3 years ago to me personally when he was in Singapore. And I present him the book. He just told me, do something. It took me 2 years to figure out what this do something is actually talking about. So starting from this year during pandemic, I have the vision of playing a very long-term game on TikTok. And that's how I started creating videos on TikTok, which is the 1 minute one. It's not like the YouTube 50 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour. So that is a skill. And personally, I thought that in order to be successful on TikTok, not only like what Eric says, I need to know my topic. I need to have my brand very well. I also need to overcome the fear, because the TikTok world have tons of haters. It's totally different from Facebook, totally different from Instagram. It's a very different world. I can tell you the amount of haters I got. He's like, why are your old uncle be there? You're not dancing like so many things. So the story about TikTok was I just do my own thing because my topic is always motivation, inspiration, and entrepreneurship. I just stick to that. I did it for 5 months. The view count was 10, 20, 30. And at that point, a lot of my students would say, Jack, why should you still be there? You should keep up and you should go to another platform. So I learned these 2 words, which is my way of teaching my students now is number one, you got to be consistent. So far this year, only because of I was diagnosed with dengue in October, which prevented me from being on TikTok for 3 weeks. I've been doing TikTok video once a day, no fail. The second word I learned is being persistent. You can be consistent to do daily, but when you don't see the result that you wanted, you give up. You're not persistent enough and you move to another platform. So the C and the P are the 2 big words that I've learned for myself on TikTok. Until now, I'm still using this principle to create my voice on this platform, which a lot of people, the old uncles, old auntie would say, it's not for me because it's too old. But I can tell you in our educational contenders inner circle, we have got older ladies or younger at heart, but older ladies and older uncles there. I'm not the oldest, by the way. So that's just to defy or to demystify me that TikTok is just for the young guys. Think about TikTok as a Facebook 2011, 2010, that period. By planting a flag there, who knows 7 years later, you have established your presence. That's my philosophy on that.
Awesome. I really love that, right? You're never too old, you're never too young, just start. Right? And even to those younger in age people out there, you're never too young to start what you want to do, and older as well. Right? Age is really just a number. Okay, and now to bring it on to Alex, right? Alex, you use LinkedIn a lot as a platform, and your engagement is great. And you know, from our chat last time, you sort of just started content creation on LinkedIn because you just enjoyed connecting with people. You want to know more people in your industry, and then now you've started your company. You are also someone that has been through a lot of different failures as well, right? So my question is, why do you decide to start creating content at like on Instagram and have those live shows? What's that? Quarter life crisis at 40, was it?
Lost at 40.
Quarter life crisis. Wrong word. Lost at 40. Yeah,
I think quarter life crisis would be more for your age. For the rest of us, maybe it's midlife crisis.
But please tell us more about that. How human connection can be sustained even via Zoom, even via online, and how do you interact with your LinkedIn followers even though you don't necessarily meet them up in real life?
Yes. Yeah. So I think that it was really about having something to say and looking for a platform to actually be able to say that. And LinkedIn just happened to be the platform, right? And, with LinkedIn, I actually managed to get approval to do live broadcasts on LinkedIn, even though, my followership was only 5,000 plus and not very high, but I still managed to get it because I was already doing, already had videos up on my YouTube channel, and I had already been doing interviews with the Community Builders Speak series. So I think it was really about just having a voice and where can I tell more people about this? And yeah, LinkedIn just happened to be the ideal platform for that. And the more I did it, the more people, and there were even instances where I'm late for the session and I'll get messages, hey, is it happening today? And like, oh yeah, there are actually people that are following and waiting for the sessions to start. And so people were actually looking forward to the sessions, and it was with Lost at 40 is very lighthearted, right? We are men in our 40s with early kids, early family, and also elderly parents. And what are the things that we are all facing, from retirement, career, parenting, caregiving, to even health concerns, right? I mean, with older guys, we are worried about prostate issues, whatever issues, all of these things we will just throw it out and talk about. And men don't talk about these things, right? You wouldn't even talk to these about your best buddies, but we are putting it out there and we are speaking about this, and people are genuinely interested. Even if they are not interested, they also will just listen, say, hey, what's happening, right? And even ladies will say, hey, I want to go and listen because it's really relevant to my husband. Or they will say that, hey, this is not just Lost at 40, even in my 30s, in my 50s, we're also experiencing the same problem. So I guess it was catering to the needs of what the community wanted. And this was something that I didn't know. I just did it to try. And I think that a lesson that we can also learn is just try, right? With Jack, he tried it with TikTok. He was consistent, he was persistent. And for me, it all started with 5 people, 10 people. And of course, the number of viewers grew as well. But just continue doing it because you believe in the value that it brings, right? And even if it's just 2 people that respond to you and say, hey, great job, I really enjoyed the session, you're already benefiting 2 people. You don't need to have 1 million engagement to feel and know that you are helping somebody out there. And my purpose really is to add value, to help people, whether it's businesses or individuals. And if I am able to just help that 2 people, that 5 people, that 10 people, I really feel good about the value that I'm bringing and I'm giving, which is why I decided to do the consultancy, to start the consultancy, to add the different services, to bring this to a more global audience and to be able to help more people.
Awesome. So I just want to really just summarize this, all these amazing responses we have had for this from these panel speakers, right? I think that clarity is important, right? Knowing why you want to create content in the first place is very, very important, even for for everybody here as well. And the second thing is you just gotta try. Okay, if you don't do it, you'll never know. And sometimes posting your life on Instagram, doing your reflection, your thought process is something as simple as taking 5 minutes to type out an Insta story. It doesn't have to have lights and camera and action. We really have a smartphone, and that's kind of all you need to start, right? And the third thing that I learned is also people gravitate to different personalities. You can't attract everybody. Just be yourself and you attract the audience that is your ideal audience, right? You don't want to attract everybody anyways, because it's impossible to relate to everybody. That's why the universe creates so many different interesting personalities. Yeah. Okay, so I want to then move on to the next question. And by the way, to all the panel speakers here, if you have anything to add, you can just do a little wave or something, because this is a conversation, a discussion. So feel free to just, in a sense, jump in and add your ideas and your perspective, even if the question is directed at someone else. Okay. So the first question I would like to direct to Jack. You have actually trained hundreds of stage closers and you ran events in order to close sales, right? Okay.
Yep.
So when the pandemic hit and everything went online, the term stage closer is kind of like the stage is online already. So how do you pivot your business and help your clients leverage on social media, especially for people who are just so comfortable speaking on a physical stage or selling face-to-face?
It is tough, honestly, because till now I still have prospects telling me, I wish that the old normal is back. And I always tell people it's not back. I'm sorry. So that's my view. A very interesting statistics from SUSS, 24% of the lecturers, of which I'm one of them, basically takes the view that the world will already on what we call the online learning. The exam is now done online. So that is going to be the future. I'm part of the 24% in the faculty. So I'm going to give you a card here, which basically I write down the 3-letter word TDA. And the success of actually putting things online, to pivot your business online, requires a few things. Number one is a technology competence. Like, do we have to have a lot of technological equipment, machines, devices, or do I have to have powerful speakers, all these to bring me online? So that is the first difficulty or challenge that most business people are facing. Number 2 is your delivery. Are you just doing presentation, keynote, or are you actually doing a session that is engaging, interactive, and world-class facilitation? Number 3 is attraction. How do you leverage your social media, your online platform, your funnel to actually get reach not just local, regional, but global. So these are the three things that I work with my students, my clients to do that. Instead of doing this, like teaching my students how to do it, so recently, Ray may be aware that I and my partner produce an online summit similar to this one, where I bring my students to speak online and become international speakers. We give them the stage. Instead of letting them to find the stage, we provide the stage and give them the experience. And we got very nice feedback on that. So I wonder, like, instead of teaching them the ways to find their platform to speak, why not we provide and give them the experience? So this is my belief that when we deliver the promise, more students will come to us because we have successfully delivered our promise. So that is how I see the pandemic. As an event producer online, as also a teacher online to teach students to be successful doing their business online. So there are lots of things that's happening. I believe 2021 will be even, I will use the word more awesome, because 2020 is a good year. 2021 should be better.
Wow, awesome. The positivity is radiating through the screen. So the people who have mentors, people who are fortunate to be students of Jack, can see that there are platforms out there. You just need to seek for it. If you don't know how, just find someone to reach out to. Okay, so what I do is I'm very thick-skinned. I go on LinkedIn and I just message people and ask them to have coffee with me lah. So that's what I do. And you'll be surprised. There's so many people that are very willing to just share their knowledge and experience to a listening ear.
On that point, Ray actually choked me, the Singlish here, choked me by asking me on Instagram. I remember the Instagram DM. It's just like out of the blue, Ray, I don't know where, and she just choked me, and that's how I'm here.
Exactly. It's the power of a network, because I have a friend that was mentored by you. So that is really the power of the network. And he's the one that told me about Jack H.M. Wong. I was like, oh, who is this? Because I'm not on TikTok. Sometimes, social media is so large. There's so many people out there. Go out there, connect with people, and that will do you a huge favor. And I want to bring the next question to Eric. Actually, it's a very, very relevant, quite a linked question to what I mentioned earlier with Jack. Because Eric, you actually work with mainly, insurance agents, network marketers, and salespeople to use social media to attract customers organically. Okay. Ultimately, do you agree that, sales is definitely a very high touch kind of industry, right? And it's a very people-facing business. But how can we use social media but yet retain the authenticity of human connection, especially when there are meetings through Zoom or behind a mask? Even worse, when you can see the eyes. Yeah, how can we retain the authenticity? How can we show people we care?
Well, you just give the answer away, and that is, social media is really just a tool, right? The power of the sword lies with the hand that wields it. So you can use social media, to go and cheat, steal, or you can use social media to go impact a person. So ultimately, social media is just an amplifier. So let's go back down to basics, which is why people buy. And the thing is, people buy, they don't buy your products first, they buy you first. Like if they don't like you, they don't trust you, they will never be open to your influence. So what social media does right now is a tool that can help you get your dream customers to know you, like you, and then respect you. Because when these three things happen, what happens is they will buy your business. So if you're selling a product, they buy. If you're a politician, I'll vote for you, right? So the formula is K, L, and R. So therefore, step number one, it's about, first of all, do you know the people that you're trying to do business with? And so I get asked a lot of this question, which is, I want to have more followers, But I said, but what are you doing with your existing followers? Are you doing something about it? Because if you cannot even honor the little that you have, then God's not going to give you more. And so I always believe that, start small, right? Go ask yourself, spend time with the people that you're trying to attract. Find out what are their interests. Find out what the challenges are. What's important to them? What's their goals? Because once you're very clear about who you're trying to target, who are you trying to attract, you'll know exactly what kind of content to create. So that's K. Right? You need to spend time knowing the people you're trying to attract. Then number two is getting them to like you. Now that one's easy. There's this professor who talks about familiarity effect. So apparently, the more interactions you have with a person, the higher the chance that the person will like you. In Chinese, we call it 日久生情, right? The more time I spend with you, the deeper my relationship is. So we need to consciously spend more time interacting with our customers. In Facebook, there's this thing called custom list that you can actually tell Facebook, these are the people that I want to pay more attention to. So send me their updates more often. Or Instagram, you can switch on notification or switch on close friends, right? So there are many features in social media that help you pay attention to the people that you want to spend more time with, and go like their content, drop meaningful comments, send them DMs, have conversations with them. Content is an amplifier. So I always tell my mentees, if you don't want to create content on social media, you'll still do well anyway. Because if you can just have conversations with them, you will still get the sales opportunity. Now, the last part is important. Now, I may like you, but I'll just be your friend. But if I respect you, then I'll do business with you. Now, that's when you need to kind of teach. However, that's the danger. Facebook is a living room. You do not want to teach on Facebook. People don't like it when you start preaching on Facebook. People don't like it when you start preaching on Instagram, right? So even if you have to teach on Facebook, you have to teach in the form of stories. If you teach on LinkedIn, that's pretty okay, right? Because LinkedIn people are very knowledge seekers. But if you want to teach on Instagram, better teach it in a way that's funny and interesting. So, and of course, TikTok, you have to teach in a way that's 1 minute with nice music, good editing cuts. So if you understand this concept, then you'll do well in every single platform, KL and R. So make sure you know your customers, make sure you increase interaction with them, and then find ways to add value. And the best way to add value is to help them solve problems. So it's never about you. And if you do these three things, you don't even need to run ads. Your customers come looking for you. It's word of mouth business.
Wow, thanks so much, Eric. Right, it's not about you, it's about them. And I think that's so important, because maybe some people, they just want to get more followers, more likes, but many at times is because it's a metric to help them feel validated. But it's about the people who are watching your content, and if they like you, you're going to get referrals, you're going to get people share your content, because people only share content that they think their followers will like, right? And your ideal customer has also many ideal customers in their network. That's why they're friends. Right, friends and friends usually have the same sort of demographics. Thanks so much, Eric, for that. And to pass on to Edward, right? Because Edward, you are a master of personal branding, and I would like to find out, right? Like in I would say, like, in this world where people create an impression of you within like 5 seconds or maybe even 3 seconds, right? What do you think are the 3 most important elements of a strong personal brand on social media, such that when people look at your profile, they won't want to click away, they'll be attracted to you?
Oh, great question. I got to say, love all your responses, everyone, and just building on them. I'll give you tip number 1. Tip number 1 is you have to be relatable. People need to like what they're going to see. That's very important, that you come across friendly. Number 2, which is very important, is you got to be kind of explosive. If you're just like, you know, taking it easy and being really calm, it won't work. You got to be explosive. You got to be able to really grab attention, which is very important. And point 3 that I'd like to say as well is you got to be sharing ideas of value. So be it you're a TikToker or a LinkedIner or a Facebooker or whatever, or even a YouTuber, you need to be sharing ideas of value that help improve the lives of your audience and entertain them. So I think if you do those 3 things, you'll absolutely kick butt.
Awesome. Short and sweet, right? And very reflective of what a brand is. Yes, continue.
And just on that note as well, you took the words right out of my mouth. Short and sweet is everything. You notice how I don't tend to say much, but when I do, I'll say something, then go quiet. Very important on social media. If you talk too much, you lose your audience. You got to cut to the chase and be very direct and precise.
I love it. You're practicing what you preach, Edward. Yeah, social media, people have short attention spans, right? So that's why it's important to be short, sharp, and succinct. And Alex, okay, you are the co-founder of Kampong Collective, which essentially is all about community building, right? Community building. How can we create a community via social media? Because currently, you know, with Kampong Collective, you actually help businesses and organizations harness the power of community as a way to connect and build credibility, trust, and authentic relationships. So in the online world, I would say, how can businesses create that community online? Maybe I'll make it a little bit more specific to people who run their own businesses out there. I have a lot of friends who join companies, and in their first year, they feel like they don't know anyone, and all the meetings are through Zoom. You can't have lunch with your friend. You can't like, oh, co-worker, can I have lunch with you? Because there's no one beside you, it's via Zoom. how can we, what are the tips for there to still be community building even with the online world? Alex, you're muted.
Yeah, a lot of the strategies that are similar to building community is very similar to what Edward, Eric, and Jack have already said. But I think when we look, or when I or we as community builders look at building community, I think we're all here community builders in our own right. But to want to build community, not from a commercial element. So it's like, the objective of building a community is so that I can sell more. It shouldn't be looked upon as that, but it should be something where, oh, I have a community, and how can I give the community more such that by referral or by organic reach, it grows even more. So I think that is something that business owners need to understand, that community should actually be like a pillar in your business. And not just the founders, the owner, CEO, but every employee in the business needs to be trained to understand what community is. And a lot of the time when we think community, we think, yeah, it's our buyers. But no, right? How many % of your followers, right, Eric, Edward, and Jack, are actually your clients? Maybe 10%. There's a good 90% of them that is your community that are not your clients, right? So how do we then continue to reach out to this? Because there's a potential that they will eventually be your client. And even if they are not, they will refer somebody that might be your client, right? So how do you understand that community, and how do you build that community not for a commercial reason? I think that is something that everybody needs to understand, and I think everybody here understands that. But this is more for business owners out there as well. So don't build community because you want a commercial gain from it. But community should be seen as a value in the business, and it is a long-term game. Same with Jack, where he was consistent and persistent, and 6 years, right? Sorry, not 6 years, 5 months, right? Before he started getting more traction. And for many, it could even be 12 months before you're actually seeing any results. And this is a conversation I had with Eric some time back. What is the return on community, right? When social media came about and marketing came about, everyone was talking about ROI, how much you spend, your ad spend, your campaign spend, and you're able to see that value. I think Edward was talking about data as well. But with data, with community, it's very difficult or almost impossible to track data unless you have your own sophisticated metric. And so far, nobody has done that, right? Specific to different business, maybe they put in the R&D to get that done. But from small business owners' perspective, it's difficult to get that done. And the only way you can get that feedback is to get feedback from your clients, right? So tip number one, of course, most important thing is don't do community for the sake of doing it. Community should be a part of your core value, and everyone within the organization needs to be community trained or have that community competency within what they're doing.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So really, community is also a mindset. Yeah, thanks, Alex, for that. Now, I would like to pose a question that I would say is a little bit of like a wrap up to all our speakers out here. Right now, you have grown to such a following, and definitely, content that you put out there, you will have people watching it because you really sort of have a following. And I think this is sort of like going back to the previous question I've had. But when someone is just starting out, how can you balance between knowing, like, you're consistently doing your content? How would you know that this content does not work and that I need to go to something else? Because yeah, you got to be consistent, you got to gain traction, but what is the feedback should you get that like, hey, I don't think this is working? Because when you start off, you know nothing. You don't know what works and what doesn't. So for like a really brand new creator out there, apart from having clarity, let's say they are really clear of their message already and they want to create content that is bite-sized, is usable, is interesting, but they are just knocking so many doors. Like, I tried this, I tried this, but it's not working out. Right? And they're like you're so annoyed already. What would your advice be to them, right? Those content creators that are frustrated, they feel like they're going nowhere. Yes, Edward.
I can answer that one very directly because that exactly happened to me. I started sharing content and I was getting nowhere. And this is the big thing I was saying before, it's very important. You have to do something different. You just can't sit there and quietly talk to people. You got to come up with something really explosive that's going to grab attention. Now, it still has to be you and be authentic, but you just can't sit there and act normal. It won't work. You need something explosive. You need something to grab attention. And once you do that, you're going to win big and really kick butt there.
So Ray, can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Your content is not working. There are two reasons. Number one, it's the platform is not loving you. Number two is that your audience are not loving you. So you got to figure out what's the source of the problem. So I like what Edward says, which is he mentions about surprise and different. So like, for example, last year, Facebook had 777 million posts. They went to study the top 50 posts and there was a pattern, right? And there's always a pattern in everything, right? And I love patterns. So here's the top 5 posts. I mean, if you look at the 50 posts, here are the 5 patterns. Right at the top of the list, content that does the best is adventures. Second, it's funny or humorous. Third is emotional. Fourth is, let me come back to you on the fourth. I can't remember the fourth one, but fifth one fourth one is motivational or inspiring. Fifth one is surprise. So what you want to do is, and obviously you cannot wait for Facebook to do a summary for you. So here's what I usually do, and I encourage you guys to do the same. Go to the platform that you plan to dominate. So whether it's Instagram or LinkedIn, go follow your competition. So say, for example, you're a financial advisor and you're trying to go after the parents market. So go after all the LinkedIn, let's say you're playing LinkedIn game, right? So go after all the LinkedIn influencers. That means people with 5,000 connections or 10,000 connections. That's either parents or they are going after the same market as you. And go take a look at the content. They have been in the game longer than you. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. There is a pattern. So go take a look at, what is the content that's doing very well, and then go model after that. The reason why sometimes we don't create great content is because you don't consume great content. Rubbish in, rubbish out. So if you are not creating great content, stop producing, start consuming first. Go consume content that you know your target market is consuming. Go consume content that you enjoy. And then, from the abundance of your heart comes out abundance, right? If you consume great content, you cannot help but overflow and come out with great content. Now that's the content bit. Now we have no time for the algorithm bit, but there is an algorithm rules for Facebook, for LinkedIn, for TikTok, for Instagram. And of course, if you guys are interested, I can pass it to Ray and you can download it. The work is all done. You just got to understand how each algorithm works, go with it. Then you'll do fine.
Oh my goodness, awesome. And you're so kind, Eric. Thanks so much. Yeah, you can pass it to me. We can actually be sending it out to all of you that are watching, since you're signed in to Spendless Academy and you're here in this summit. Or you can follow Eric at Eric Goes Global.
That's
and
Instagram.
You can see that my blinds are slowly going down because it's raining. Apologies for that. I hope that I'm still being heard. Okay.
Yeah,
yeah, it is raining. All right, so you can follow on Instagram, Eric Goes Global, or he's on LinkedIn as well. So let's see if we have any questions right now. I can see that my lighting is slowly dying on me. Let's look at this. Yeah, to highlight that, I think that what you mentioned, Eric, on to produce great content starts with consuming great content. I think is great. One follow-up question then I would ask is, how can we, what have you done to be able to create the message that you have today? I mean, like, everybody has a few key messages they're very passionate about, right? But without clarity in that, it's very hard to create any sort of content when you don't ask yourself any introspective questions. So do you guys have any sort of habits, like do you read daily, or do you like any sort of habits that you do that people here can just start on right now? So I'll go with Jack.
My principle is just to be busy because there are so many Facebook groups out there, like the coaching world. There's so many Facebook groups there. And basically what happens is that you can just see what they are talking about. And people ask, like, how do you get your ideas? Well, look at what they are asking, and then you get a lot of ideas. And not you're going to repeat what they said, because as a coach, you can actually give your experience. And that's how I can create content just like that. If you are doing a business, go to some business website, go to the business influencers and look at what they're talking about. So to me, it's just busybody. A lot of people ask, like yesterday, someone asked, how do I create contents daily? I say, I don't create contents daily. I actually do my research out there and see what the market is talking about. And I'm just stay relevant by echoing or adding my experience on the same topic. It's just like that. Keep it simple, and you can be consistent and persistent.
Awesome. And lastly, I just want to ask Alex, because I think that one question I'd like to ask you, it may not be completely relevant to social media, but you have actually been through a lot of hard knocks in life. You have done something and then you left to something else. And right now you're starting on a brand new journey. You just incorporated your company as well. So do you have any word of advice for people who are watching that haven't used social media or haven't started that new thing that they want to, but they are just afraid? They're having that fear because they're like, what if people out there are already doing better than me? What can I really give? Should I really start on something new? Should I stay in my comfort zone? What is your advice for them?
Before I answer that question, right, Ray, I'd just like to add on to what Jack talked about with regard to being busybody and looking at what everyone is talking about. So understand that sense of self-awareness is important. So what you like to do might not be what you are good at doing, and what you're good at doing might not be what you like to do. So tracking back with your experiences, whether it's jobs, if you're only in your first job, then track back to what you've done in school all the time, the different activities that you've been, the different subjects that you've liked. So what you like to do versus what you are good at doing, those two are very different. Some people have it lucky where what they like to do is what they're good at doing as well. But there are a lot of auditors out there that hate their job. That's what they're good at doing, but they hate it. Right, but it brings in the money, and many of them don't like what they're doing and they can't wait to leave, but they just don't have that courage, right, to take that step to leave, which is leading on to your question, right? How do you go about thinking of that? I think really it's just going out there and giving it a try and doing it. For me, it was always about looking at the light at the end of the tunnel. And one thing so I was in education for 8 years before I took a leap of faith to join the dark side. And one quote that stuck with me was, the regret of not leaving would be greater than the regret of leaving and having failed. So because if I leave and I fail, then I can always come back, right? Maybe I'll be starting off lower on the ladder, but at least I've gone out there and I've experienced it and tried it. And at the end of the day, life is really very short, right? How long are we going to live? 100, 120 right now, right? With life expectancy increasing, and you never know what's going to be happening to us with critical illness and all of that. So it's important to enjoy what you're doing and really, really take that leap of faith, right? And I think that's something that is my piece of advice. And if you don't know how to do it, then there are people like all of us on this panel and so many other experts from Spendless Academy that will be able to assist you and help you with finding the clarity of direction and deciding what is the next step that you need to be taking.
Wow, thanks so much, Alex. That is such a good point, right? Whatever that you want is on the other side of fear. So go chase your dreams, but be practical about it and seek mentors to help you out. Okay, so that's how you really balance the dreams that you want to pursue, but also the practicality aspect of it. But as Eric mentioned, don't reinvent the wheel. So find people that have already done similar to what you want to do. Copy them first, then you can go out there and find that unique thing about you. So it's
Actually,
really
can I clarify? Not copy, but analyze. That means ask yourself the question.
Analyze.
Why did it work? Oh, he had a very captivating headline. Oh, he was talking about his mom. All right, so anything to do with parents that seems to work. Oh, I noticed he only used 3 paragraphs, whereas I use 10 paragraphs. So ask yourself why did it work, and then use the principles, but don't just copy and paste. Then that's not going to work. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Yes.
And just on that note, if I can jump in, just on that note, that's kind of part of my big point before. You've got to be really making a strong impact. So whatever platform, whoever your market is, building on what Eric and everyone's saying is you got to have a bit of a shock value. You got to really break through all the noise and clutter out there. So we'll say this, regardless of all platforms, you got to make a lot of noise and you got to go for it. So love where you're going, Eric.
Thanks, Emma.
Thanks. So you see what Eric just did for me? He just gave me a tip. This is why you need mentors in your life, okay? So that if you have any flawed thinking, people are there to pick you up or, bounce ideas off. And I think that's the beauty of having this summit today, because we're all different with different thoughts and opinions, and it's always lovely to just learn from people who have been there, done that. And please do go back and do your own introspection as well, because knowledge is not power, applied knowledge is power.
Wow.
Yes. So just to wrap things up, one by one, could I just ask our panel speakers today to just do a final thought? Okay, it may not have to be about social media. It can just be generally. I would like to say that our audience out here watching, they are people who invest in their personal growth. They have time invested in this. It means that they want to grow. So there may be entrepreneurs or intrapreneurs or people who just want to be a better version of themselves. What is one statement that you want to tell our audience out there? And then tell us where we can find you on social media as well. So we'll start with first with Jack.
So I just copy what Gary Vaynerchuk said to me. Just do something. Just do it, not things and keep thinking here. Do something, because at the end, when you do something, the market gives you feedback. It's either a win or not failure, but learn. And when you like what Eric said, if it's not working, then you ask yourself what happened and adjust along the way. And that is how I tell my students, just keep on taking action. You never get what you want always, but at least you know the feedback, which is very important to you.
And where can we find you on social media?
I'm not on Facebook anymore, so I make a decision just a while ago. Well, a while ago, it's like 2 months ago. I'm now on LinkedIn. Of course, my two platforms are LinkedIn and TikTok. I think one of the participants has already linked me up on LinkedIn. So they're very resourceful. Awesome. LinkedIn, TikTok.
Awesome. But if you just Google Jack H.M. Wong, trust me, you'll find him as well. Next, can we have Eric?
Depending on where you are with social media, I think to start, you don't have to be good, but to be good, you have to start. And once you get started, find a mentor that you resonate with. And when you find a mentor, remember, not find a mentor who's doing well on that platform. Find a mentor that shares similar values with you. Because just because they're doing well on the platform doesn't mean that they're doing the right thing. But when you find a mentor, make sure that he's aligned to you, she's aligned to you, and you're going to flourish with that person.
Lovely. And well, on IG at Eric Goes Global.
Yeah. My favorite platform.
Over there.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Edward. Can Edward, you share like a last thought that you have, and where can we find you on social media?
Absolutely honored. My big advice to everyone is post really powerful content every day. Hits and misses, doesn't matter. Just keep posting content and keep getting better at it. And find me on LinkedIn and be honored to connect.
Okay, so you can just search Edward on LinkedIn. I've tried. There's only one, which is him. So last but definitely not least, Alex, do share with us what is your last final thought to all our attendees for Virtual Summit Day 1, and where can we find you?
Sure, right. So if you are not already part of a community, please join one, because you'll need the support group. There are lots of people that I'm sure are doing exactly the same thing as you. Spendless Academy already is a community in itself. So if you are in this, you are already part of that community. So are all of us here. If you feel that there's something that you are very strongly interested in, but there's no community out there that gives that, then be the leader and start one yourself, right? So community is the key to loyalty, is the key to success in authenticity as well as your business. Yes. And you can find me on LinkedIn. Just search Alex Low. I've got my Chinese name behind my Alex Low, so that would be me if you find it. Thank you.
Okay, apologies. My Wi-Fi hooked up. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, but yes, I hope that wasn't cut off. You can find Alex on LinkedIn. He has his Chinese name at the end, but Alex Low, you'll actually be able to find him on LinkedIn as well. Okay, but if not, you can actually go back to our brochure for Spendless Academy that was sent to you, and all their names of our lovely panelists, plus all the speakers that spoke for today is there, and you can connect with them on social media, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, wherever they are. Okay, so thank you so much. I can see Edward is giving a heart. Eric has a heart in the back. There's a thumbs up. Thank you so much, Eric, Jack,
you, Ray.
Alex, and Edward. All the hearts for the people out there. Yeah, thank all of you for being part of this amazing panel. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, awesome. So we have come to the end of day 1. You can see you have seen me from not raining to raining now. So it's kind of like morning to night. And apologies for the really bad lighting. Yes, so today, day one, has been an amazing session. If you loved it, please tell us in the comment section below. I can see people already commenting, loved it, loved it, loved it. Appreciate all of you for being here and for investing in your growth. So pat yourself on the back because you have spent time for your growth. And do go back and do some introspection as well, because that's how you really grow and internalize the knowledge today. So be sure to come back tomorrow, day 2. We're here again at 9:15 a.m. sharp. So be here again. And if you have any friends that want to sign up, just forward them spendlessacademy.com, that particular website, so that they can sign up via our site. Okay? And thank you, all of you. And this is goodbye. Okay, tell us in the comment section below what you have learned, and we'll see you tomorrow.